to open the meeting officially by ensuring that I read the declaration for everyone who is here. I, Dr. Tlou Chokoe, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby declare the Capital Hotel Melrose as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56 of the Standing Rules of Gauteng Legislature, read together with Section 1 and Section 2 and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act Number 4 of 2004. Dr. Mloy, do we have any apologies from honorable members that couldn't make it today?
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Honorable members and colleagues. Chair, I've got an apology from Honorable Abrahams, who is on party business. Honorable Evans is attending the Health and Wellness Committee meeting. Honorable Ntsehe and Honorable Matsibadela, they are attending to party business, and Honorable Sisidinyani is attending the SSL committee meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The apologies are noted. We'll now move to the next agenda item, who's agenda item number 3. Okay, before I move on, honorable members.
All right, Chair, I wanted to register my early departure due to an agent party caucus.
Morning, Chair. Same for Member Tlou, early departure. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, honorable members. You're noted. You will be allowed to leave early. Honorable members, the purpose of today's meeting, I would like to share with you, our stakeholders and honorable members, that part of today's meeting, this is the continuation of a meeting that the committee held in Tlamini Hall on the 4th of November 2025. In that meeting, we did not receive the presentation of the response to questions that we have posted to the Department of Social Development. The department will also respond to issues that you have previously raised as stakeholders in some of the engagement that we have attended with you. I've also decided to add an agenda item which I felt is important for you to know what it is that we are doing as a committee of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Committee on Social Development. I've noticed that in some instances, we seem not to understand the difference between the Portfolio Committee on Social Development and the Department of Social Development in Gauteng. So today you are invited into a meeting of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, a meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. Now, most of the time, you get invited by us and you get invited by the department. And in all those interchangeable invitation of the Department of Social Development and later the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, you get to be confused as stakeholders. So today, we have decided that we are going to make a presentation for you, a presentation that will also be available for you all the time. It will really empower you to understand who we are, what do we do, and who must always attend. Now, we will start with the presentation. We will squeeze it before the department responds to all the questions that we're going to have. It's going to be a very long day. But you can relax. We are going to have enough satisfactory lunch. So don't worry that they are keeping us here for a very long time. So, Sipho, I think we can fly to the presentation. And then after the presentation, we are going to allow you to ask questions in response to this presentation, so you can get more clarity on who we are. The presentation is termed Social Development Committee of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. This is a presentation that I want to give it to you as stakeholders. We can go to the introduction, Sipho. Next slide. Yes. The purpose of this presentation is to outline the mandate of Gauteng Provincial Legislature and how Social Development Portfolio Committee does oversight over the executive. The executive, which is, we are doing oversight on the Department of Social Development. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature, as is known as the GPL, is one of the 9 provincial legislatures in the country. Then the 10th one, it will be the parliament that you know. Now, according to section 114 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the provincial legislature has the powers to ensure that all provincial executive organs of the state in the province are accountable to it. It is this provincial legislature that elect the premier. It is this provincial legislature that elect the speaker of the legislature. Then the premier, protected or guided by the Constitution, he has the powers to form his own cabinet. The Constitution empowers the Gauteng Provincial Legislature to oversee or watch the Gauteng government work efficiently and honestly, where we will do the oversight. We make laws of Gauteng and ensure that the people of Gauteng participate in running their province. That is why we have public participation. That is why we make sure that as many committees as you can remember, they always invite you to come and be part of them. So today you are part of the social development. This legislature also participates in the cooperative governance. Members of the provincial legislatures are divided into portfolios and the standing committee to carry out the business of the House. Each portfolio committee is attached to a provincial government department. For an example, ours is social development. Sometimes you get invited to the portfolio committee on health, education, community safety, sports, arts and culture, and recreation, economic development, agriculture, etc., etc. That is why most of the time when we ask you to ask questions in our meetings, you will hear stakeholders or members of the public will ask questions on the councillor is not doing this. We don't have a councillor, we don't have. So today you will now understand that, oh, these ones are not the councillors. These ones, they deal with the premier, they deal with the department. The standing committee are non-portfolio committees. Petitions, Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and Legislature, that is OCPOL, Committee on Security and Subordinate Legislature, CSSL, as well as the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, which is normally known as the SCOPA. The chairperson, the chair of Chairperson's Committee, this thing is okay. And then we will go to the mandate. we thought let us share with you what the mandate covers. There you will see we are going to talk about the oversight, what do we mean when we say oversight. We are going to share with you what do we mean when we say we are making laws, what do we mean when we say public participation, and cooperative governance. On oversight, we want to see that the budget reports are checked by these committees. There will be a quarterly performance report on how the department has used your money. They have to report every 3 months. After they've reported every 3 months, they should also report annually. That is why we were at Dlamini Hall last week. The department was presenting what we call an annual performance report for the year 2024-2025. That is why you were also invited to be there. Then there will be a researcher's independent verification or a field work. Normally a committee like this, it will always have researchers. These are people who assist in ensuring that they study the annual report, they study the quarterly report, they go deeper in checking the budget if it's done correctly. If we said you are going to buy milk for 10 rand, we must see a receipt for 10 rand, not a receipt for 4.50 rand, and then you explain to us that no, the other milk I drank it, so they give me half. So that researcher will be assisting us, including, that is why every time you want to ask questions, you find that the portfolio committee here has already asked that questions for you. But it is this portfolio committee that must ensure that a question that is asked to the department, it is answered. Sometimes most departments, when you ask them question, they wobble for a very long time. You don't hear what exactly they are answering until you also forget what kind of a question you ask, because there will be somebody here who will also raise the hand and ask the question. Then you have let off the hook the department. So sometimes when you ask a question, keep quiet, listen to their answers. Even if they wobble a lot, you remind them, but you didn't answer the question. The question is what? And what is got a straight answer, doesn't need a thesis. Then the researcher, then we will focus, we have what we call the focus intervention study. This focus intervention study is that activity or an action where you just see these members of portfolio committee visiting the elderly, the old age homes. They visit the YCC. They visit the Father Mangelizwe, Mkacho, secure centers. That is what we call the focus interventions. And why do we do that? To assess the performance of the department on a particular program. For an example, we had a Tswada program. Now, if we had a Tswada program where we know our brothers that are addicted to substance abuse, we are saying they've been admitted. Are they getting food? Are they really admitted? Where are they? Okay, they are in a government institution called Fabian in Cullinan. Or they are in an NPO that is assisting our children to go for rehab. Then this portfolio committee will go there and visit those institutions. Then we'll have a community oversight, a committee oversight visit that is always announced, and others are unannounced. So most members of parliament, they like this one of unannounced, because they will get the institution officials relaxing and be able to see, oh, that is why the queue at SASSA is not moving. It's because there is 2 ladies that have a big jar of rooibos tea. So they fill it up, that big jar of rooibos, every 30 minutes. They don't assist the people. Then you are able to write to the leaders of SASSAs that your people, the services of our people or elderly people, it's not up to standard. Pregnant women are just put on the same queue with ordinary people. Our elderly people are not respected. Then when you come back, you find that there are changes is because of these portfolio committees. Then there is the Bualish Sechaba campaign that will go and meet with you, committee inquiries, house resolution, house questions, and motions, etc., etc. These are not done by the Department of Social Development. They are done by a portfolio committee on social development. Then we'll continue with oversight. Then we'll have what we call appropriation bills or budget of the provincial departments is introduced to the House. Once the appropriation bill or the budget of every department, in this case of this Department of Social Development, is approved by the House, the budget reports are distributed to individual committees for processing. Then that intelligent person of ours called the researcher of social development portfolio, for instance, he will produce what we call an analysis of the budget report of the department. He or she will move into different institutions and conduct the field work or independent verification to assess the implementation of the programs that the department claims that they are running on the ground in order to enhance his or her analysis. The analysis will then be presented to the committee. So most of the time when that researcher presents this, we will not invite you. But there will be time where we feel like we invite you, like today. We want you to be here with us when the department is answering most of the questions. And once they answered the questions, one, as the stakeholders, you've got the right to say, I feel like question so and so, it is answered, but it is also linked to this area. Let me tell you, when you speak of old age homes or home shelters, we are from a home shelter. And the department here have answered that everything is bashasha. But we haven't eaten lunch and dinner for the past 2 weeks. Then the committee is able to see that, oh, we've been told a lie here. And you also justify that. I would like to, I don't want to be far from the presentation that I've made. I would like to take few questions, because if I present, continue, I might leave you. So this is now an opportunity for you to ask questions so we can clarify before we carry on with the presentation. Because I believe that you are not students, you are not teachers, you are not lecturers. I cannot just present like you are those people who must grab everything. I must move step by step with you. So we have now come to a time where you can ask questions on what I've presented. There is a roving mic. If I don't see the hands, you remind me that I'm a good orator. If you are a good orator, sometimes people don't ask you questions because you have presented your story so well that now people understand. Oh, that is why I'm in this hall today. Now I understand. Colleagues, Sipo, assist me if there is any hand. Okay, we are carrying on. Now, we want to shoot straight to this portfolio committee on social development. The next slide, Sipo. Now, this is where you're going to understand the entire department. we are giving you this presentation so that you can understand what is this Department of Social Development. What is it all about? Because it is not about substance abuse. It is not about people with disability. Now, after this presentation, you are going to understand when next week in December, the MEC of Finance is saying, I'm giving extra 200 million to Department of Social Development. You're going to understand what is it going to happen with this 200 million. Now, the Gauteng Department of Social Development has 5 programs. When we look at them, we look at them on 5 programs. Excuse me. It's got program 1, which is all about administration. This is about employees of the department. There is money that has to be put to pay their salaries. Now, this administration will always be led by a chief director. There will be chief director administration, and there will be a chief director responsible for social welfare services, and there will be a chief director responsible for program 3, which is children and families, and there will be a chief director responsible for restorative services, and a chief director responsible for development and research. Above these chief directors, there is their leaders, which are bigger than them, which are the DDGs. And then we will have, sometimes we will have the COOs, sometimes we will have the DDGs, and then we will have the CFO, who must make sure that there is money in all that. And they will have an HOD, which is the big boss. So whether the MEC is fired or the MEC is new, there is an HOD who's going to be working with the DDGs, and those DDGs will also be looking at these important chief directors of administration, social welfare, children, families, restorative, and most of the time, you guys have a problem of attacking the MECs, thinking that the MEC doesn't want to work. Now, today you have learned there are these people. These are the people, when you ask the MECs questions, they send them to these chief directors. And it is up to this portfolio committee to make sure that all your questions that were asked are answered accordingly. Now let us look at what administration is all about. This important chief director, who most of the time we call them human resource, HR, I think you know it by HR, that is chief director. They provide political and strategic direction and leadership, and to guide the support the development of policy framework and guidelines for the implementation of priority programs. Because this deals with human beings. That's exactly what they do. If there is a vacancy, it has to be filled. It is around this chief director. Social and welfare services, or social welfare services. This one provides integrated developmental social welfare services to poor and vulnerable beneficiaries in partnership with stakeholders such as NPOs and civil societies. Now you understand. This one's is about Wonkhono, elderly people. Now there is another chief director who's responsible for children and families. Now this one provides comprehensive child and family care and support services to communities in partnership with stakeholders like NPOs and civil society. But foster care, all those ones, they are under this person. When we hit, and we hit hard, when we see children are not adopted on time, when we see children are just loitering, this is the real person that is always answering our questions. Waffling most of the time until the 5-year term ends and the new MEC comes. Then there is this one of restorative services, our Nyaope boys and girls. Provides integrated developmental, social crime prevention, and anti-substance abuse services, victim empowerment programs to the most vulnerable in the partnership with stakeholders like NPOs and civil society. The children who commit crime while they are still below 18 years and they go to prison, they are under this person. The Nyaope boys, the Nyaope girls that we need to admit, what you saw under Tswada program, it was under this program. Now this program must have resources. That one of administration makes sure that there is enough resources. Then we've got these ones of development and research. This one is that one that provides sustainable development programs which facilitate the empowerment of community based on empirical research and demographic information. There are those NPO where you see the young ones and the girls are taught how to do computer. They are taught how to do welding. They are taught how to do food gardening. They are taught, so all those ones, there is this man or a lady who is a chief director who is responsible for these programs. Now, when you ask questions pertaining to the youth that are loitering around, they are not trained, there is an NPO that keep on taking money. And then at Dlamini, there was one person who said, what are you going to do with this NPO that put our names there and they go and ask money on our names? They get money and we see them flying to Dubai. What are you going to do? Unfortunately, they didn't give us the name of that NPO because they will not fund such an NPO. But if you see that people are told that they're going to be learning how to weld, they're going to be, I saw the other one in Sidibeng, they know how to do this aluminium windows and doors. Very good programs with lots of money. You even know that if you want a lot of money, you must also get your funding under sustainable use. This is the person. And your questions most of the time comes to this person. And you think is the MEC who knows everything. Today you have learned that there are people that are earning a salary every month to make sure that all that you are asking is being asked, is being answered. Let's continue. Now, we want to share with you what we call oversight by this committee. What have we done? Remember, we were elected last year. Can we share with you some of the things that we have done? Yes. You are our stakeholders. So during the first quarter of 2025-2026, the Portfolio Committee visited a number of centers that are funded by the department. We went there to scrutinize them, scrutinize the services that are provided to the poor and the vulnerable beneficiaries. Some of the oversight visits that we have done include the following. Remember, we said to you there are 5 programs. Now we want to share with you what we have done under social welfare services. Under this one, we went to Tembisa Home of the Aged, which take care of the elderly. We were in Tembisa. We are also in Sakane Center for the Aged and Motlakeng Old Age Home. We went there, we've seen how our elderly people, if the old age home like Tembisa is not yet functional, what is the story? We can share with you that in Tembisa, there is a caretaker NPO that is assisting to ensure that there is an appointed center manager, so that there are advert positions that are advertised, they are hiring, so that they can start putting in the elderly in there. The reason why everything was stopped is because there were some structural defects. Now we believe that they've fixed all that, we've seen it, they fix it, they are moving. The same with the one in Motlakeng, where we have also seen some intake of our elderly people. When it comes to that program of children and family, this is what we have done. We visited Soshanguve Secure Center. That is that one in Soshanguve, Okareke Prison. Lidibisa the Stout School. We visited that Stout School in Soshanguve, Father Smangaleswe, Father Kachwa. We visited Fabiane Rabiero Treatment Center. That is where our substance abuse beneficiaries are admitted. Both provide services to the juvenile, this one. And Soshanguve Secure Center also has a prison for juveniles. We visited Desmond Tutu CYCC, the Don Motara CYCC, Walter Sisulu CYCC, Siwe Modista King CYCC. This CYCC differ in terms of admission criteria. For example, Don Motara and Walter Sisulu admit children as young as 6 months, while others admit children from 12 years of age. So Banaba, these children that we find dumped in dustbins, they end up here. So you see on the news that the truck, when they were collecting waste, they pick up a child, a day-old child. They are sent to, we've seen them go, Walter Sisulu is not Gedachte, Kosoweto. We saw them, they're small babies. Others, unfortunately, because they cannot be adopted, they grow up to 18 years. Restorative services. The Message Development Center operates as a drop-in center where HIV and AIDS people receive food parcel, medication. Unemployed youth also receive skills. Now you understand those restorative now. And we will go further on the substance abuse ones. On development and research, we visited an NPO called Shelembeni Center for Excellence in Babsfontein in Ekurhuleni, Message Development Center in Beggersdal. These are NPO that provide skills development and technical vocational education and training program to the ex-drug addicts and unemployed youth. So this committee has done exactly that. Now, I believe there will be questions now. The next part we are going to touch, it will be lawmaking and public participation. Do we have any question of what the committee is doing on your behalf? Can you see the difference between the department and this committee? There is hand here, you are number one. Another one? I don't prefer wave of hands, so, because if you hear Umama saying this thing, then so you remember, yeah, I want to ask this one. No. If I don't point you now, you are not going to speak. And then Mama will be number two. Do I have a hand that side? All right, we've got only 2 hands. Roving mic, please give them the... Okay. Start there.
Thank you, Doctor. I just want to know what have you discovered at Jabulani in Soshanguve? And then number 2 is a plea that when you invite us in such meetings, maybe if you can communicate with the forums so that we can visit the places and see what's happening. And then when we come here, we can be able to answer questions on what we have seen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think researcher, be ready so you can assist in providing the answers here. Number 2, Sugar. Number 2 is here. Sipo, please call a researcher. You are going to answer, you and the researcher.
My question is, if people that have applied money to can assist the people that are struggling in life. So I just want to know if your monitoring system, is it up and running positively? Are they checking those homes? Because if a person can just get money and go to Dubai, as we were saying that people are saying people are taking money and go to Dubai. So that's why I'm asking, is your monitoring system working 100% so that those people can be monitored before going to Dubai, and then the portfolio committee can stop them saying that you didn't do 1, 2, 3, and then they stop going to Dubai because the money is directed to wrong people, to wrong hands, and the people that they're supposed to benefit from those monies to help them, they don't get
Thank you.
that services that they need.
Okay. I will answer the questions, and then the researcher is going to add more detail. As the committee, you will see in our questions for today, when the department is going to answer, there are some of the questions that we ask the department directly. And our questions are structured in such a way that it is, now the department will see that now the committee is asking questions under administration. And then the questions will be also under social welfare. And then most of the time, under social welfare, the committee will always have a question on how do you monitor, first, the application of NPOs that need funding to such an extent that the correct NPO are the ones that are paneled and they are given resources. So most of the time the department will tell us that before we panel an NPO, we will have a technical team that will also go to that address which the NPO says is operating. I will give you an example. In most of the time, I remember I was attacked, honorable members, by one person, and he attacked me on social media and say, yeah, my NPO was not funded. And I know there was a team that went to where he said he operates. And when they arrived, they found him in his house. And they asked him, well, you said you need about 300,000 where you are going to train people with computer. Show us where you are going to do this. And then he said, let's walk down the street. He showed them an empty building and said, this is where I'm going to train these people. And they said, do you have a lease agreement or some sort there? He said, no, I'm still going to work on the lease agreement. And they said, all right, let's go inside the building. It was an empty hall. They said, now, how are you going to? They said, with that 300,000, I'm going to buy computers. So you can see this person is going to receive 300,000 and not do anything. So they decided not to fund him. But so that's why I believe that somehow the department has a stringent monitoring system. There are those that will fall the cracks, but I saw that it does happen to a point where I got attacked, and I know. I also went and drive the street. I saw this man just needed 300,000. Somebody lied to him that, no, if you want money, open an NPO, you will get money. It's money for free. So that is why they didn't fund him. Mama, your question is, what did we find at Father Mangaliso Mkhwatso? We can share with you that when we arrived there, this is an institution that keeps juvenile. It's like a juvenile prison. These are children that have committed crimes as soft as theft of a pen in the classroom up to murder. Yes, we found that. What we found is that they arrive and they attend school. At some point, they were also having some fun day where they also show us what they do. In that, they learn how to do welding, carpentry, computer. The ladies, once they learn how to do the knitting and all, we saw them, they are taken good care of. The challenge there was that the cameras were not functional. The cameras, they were not functional. We wrote a question to the department on when the cameras are going to be working. And the department told us that the tender for cameras will be finalized by May 2025. You see, I'm telling you from my head. And they put it in black and white that by June this year, the tender will be out and they will be starting the installation of cameras. The second challenge that we found was they've got a problem with the Department of Police and Department of Justice, whereby if a juvenile is sick and is being arrested in Benoni, remember this institution is in Soshanguve. Now they've got a child who is sick. They have to take this child to the hospital. The system is being arranged in such a way that it is only the constable that arrested this juvenile in Benoni who must come to Father Mangaliso Mkhwatso and travel with this child to the police station and come back. Most of the time when they call those police officers, they will tell them we don't have transport. Now they are sitting with a sick child here. That is the thing. You see the challenge. What we also discovered is that the Department of Education somehow want to treat them just like an outside school, whereas this is a school in prison. They've got different needs. You find that they are lacking teachers. They want to expect a teacher to teach several subjects. And you can see that the poor teachers are overwhelmed. So these are some of the challenges, Mama, that we can share with you as the portfolio committee. So we have arranged that we are going to have a meeting of the portfolio committee on education, the portfolio committee on community safety, and the other challenges also is Department of Health. There is also those challenges there. So if the solution is they have to be aligned, their policies and law have to be aligned into their realities. It looks like people who drafted those laws, they were in the moon or somewhere. It's not what is happening. Let me also give you another challenge, which we are going to face, and I've made a member statement on Tuesday about the challenge. When a family is having a challenge with a child that is on substance abuse, and they say, the department, please help us take this child to a rehabilitation center. The act, what is that act, Sipho? Child and Child Treatment Act, something like that. Section 18 of that act says, if this child is admitted today here at Fabian Robiere Treatment Center, today, that child has a right to discharge himself. You can't block him. So you as parents, you say, department, here is a child who tshwenyake di drugs, re kopa le lo mo faka ko rehabilitation centers. Ramonga as the department. The following day or after 2 days, you find the child is here at home. Now you attack the Department of Social Development. You forget that it is the act that says he can go at any time as he wishes. Let us tell you what is happening, if you don't know. These children, your children who are on Nyaope, who are on substances, they are treated by the drug dealers as commodities. You see your child. To them, it's not a child. It's money. If you remove this child from your home, you are killing that business. Now, they are the one who follow that child to Fabian. They arrive there as if it is the what? Visitors. They are the one who tell this child that, hey, Ndon, siyakufuna phela. Tell them when afuna ukuya ekhaya. Nainto zakho phela. The child see the substance, said, I can get them here, and said, I want to go now I'm going. Now we are dealing with a big problem. So we have advised and proposed that Child Act need to be reviewed in Parliament and need to be strengthened, that this voluntary thing is not working. It's like it was drafted by a drug dealer. It looks so. Maybe. That you take them, but they can go out. As long as that act is still in place like that, expect that we will take your child to a rehabilitation center and they will come back at any time. Come and steal everything in the house, copper, doors, windows, everything, to go and give money to the drug dealers. You see the problem that we're facing? Serious problem. But I want to allow Sipho and the researcher to add on what I have just stated. Let's start with Noni. Please get a roving mic and then Sipho your littles.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members and the stakeholders to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Chairperson. I think you have covered mostly of the findings. However, with SIPO, we've just discussed that I think it will also be better if we can share the presentation from the Father Smangaliso Mkhatshwa Secure Care Center and also the findings of the committee. So if Umama is interested, we have the report that we can share with her so she can also have a deeper, detailed information of the findings of the committee on the day of the visit. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you, honorable members, colleagues, and most respectively, our stakeholders. Chair, I think Noni is correct. You've mastered it properly. Just on the part that talks to the presentations. In fact, most of the stakeholders that are here, we do have them on WhatsApp. We'll send not only the Father Smangaliso, but all the presentations and the reports that talks to the centers that we've visited. Just one area, Chair, that I think you might have omitted on the one of Father Smangaliso Mkhatshwa is that there is vandalism that is apparently caused by the members of the community, whereby they steal the the cables. And then once they steal the cables, the sender ends up not having electricity. And then they use generator, and then the petrol gets finished, and then it's then that some of the things are happening. And also, we have touched also on the issue of the cameras, you know, so if there's no generator, there's no electricity, it's then that some of the things are happening. So these, as you were told when we were there, it's caused by members of the community, but not by the inmates themselves. Thank you, Chair.
You see, Bomele Bondat, you are insulting us as politicians that they don't read and they can't even write. Yeah. La, 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 la. You can see I've outperformed my researchers. They say all the answers that I gave you is the correct one. So stop attacking politicians. We can read and write. We can. Even the questions that we are asking, they are well thought questions. And when the department come and answer, if they come to this portfolio committee, they are 100% aware that that committee led by the chairperson Chokoe has read each and every answer. So it's going to be a hell. If it's already hell, it's going to be the most hottest part of hell. You see. So we do really understand that we are here because you put us here. And we have to ask this question and do oversight on your behalf. So that's why you see Gauteng look like there is lots of activities in Gauteng. Not anybody have seen a program of Tswada in the whole country. It was done in Gauteng. It's because of this portfolio's worries when we go and see that there are a lot of people that are on substance abuse. This committee is the one that have put pressure that let us do something, because you cannot come and answer while the NPOs that are dealing with rehabilitations are empty. But what we have seen, you can see the department has managed to admit around 13,700 people. Then we realize that what we don't have is the more institutions. Now, what does that mean? It means more money has to be diverted, because we are having a new problem now. This is a new problem. In the 1976, they have a problem of Afrikaans. It was a problem of that time. In 1994, they have a problem of what? People not having places to stay. They came up with RDPs. Now we are having a new problem. The problem is you have a child that grows being a very naughty child, liking to play alone in the house. You buy them PS4 to play PlayStation. Once they are 18, they are grabbed by the enemy outside, which are the drug dealers. Suddenly, the child that you have invested so much is turned into a monster. What does that mean? We need to now take resources to the Department of Social Development and deal with these police who are transporting drugs and assisting the drug dealers for the drugs to be all over the place. So you can see that we are heading somewhere. Honorable members, I'm going to continue with the presentation. I'm happy that at least you are engaging with me. That makes me feel good. Next time when we invite you, bring as many people as you can. Tell them that you are missing out. That is why when we say go and vote, they say Huatswana. Because they don't know here that there are people who are keeping the politicians on their toes. So bring them in their numbers. Bring them in their numbers. Transport is always available. In fact, tell them there is always transport. Did you come along, use your transport to come here? The transport was insufficient. Sipo? You see, that's why I want to sit with you. Okay. Okay, after this, now you're going to tell me. So you came here with a sedan. Not with a taxi. It was a sedan. Another corruption. Sipo? I think you know that we have paid for taxis. People were transported with sedans here. But they will tell us. You will tell me. Let me just finish this, so you must tell me, okay, it is scary now. Yeah. In fact, also tell me if where they are picking you up. If it's far, tell me that it is far, because I want to understand why is that. Sipo, are you listening? You're going to tell me. Now understand what is GPL Portfolio Committee on Social Development is doing. You'll tell me those challenges later. Okay, we are making laws. Yeah, you will tell me that. We are making law as this committee or as the legislature. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature make laws and approve laws that would have been initiated by the National Council of Provinces. When the bill has been formally referred to our Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the permanent delegates from the National Council of Provinces, which is NCOP, will present the referred bill before the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. For an example, in last year, we have the Older Person Amendment Bill. We've traveled all over. We were in Hammanskraal. I now note, you just stated that when you do all these things, may the Portfolio Committee make sure that you also contact the relevant forums. Because most of the time you meet people, but the relevant forums are not contacted. I think you must just be happy that this time you are here, the relevant forum. I invited you because we realize that we are meeting with people that are not well represented. So you are here. So we will continue inviting you. Gauteng Department of Social Development will also make a presentation to the referred bill. Then the committee researcher, the brains of this committee, will then produce a socio-economic impact and financial implication of the bill in the province. Yes, there is a new bill coming. Like, let me give you an example, which we have just learned last week, Tuesday, that it is a bill, it is a law. You people on the elections of 2024, you were so used to vote anywhere around Gauteng. And you got a shock of your life when you enter into a voting station and you say, I'm from Gauteng, I want to vote. And they say, go away. And you cried. Let me tell you, the parliamentarians there have made it a law that you must vote where you are. If you are going to vote somewhere around Gauteng, you must get a permission, write a letter, send it to IEC, tell them that I can see that on this day, ke tlo ba ke tshaketse motlogolo wa ka ko Soshanguve, hora re ko vota ko Soshanguve, and they will give you permission. Otherwise, you will have to come back to Soweto and vote there. It is a law. So ignorance is a problem. We were very ignorant. We didn't participate here. So now the portfolio chairperson of social development assisted you that now you cannot vote anywhere you wish without getting permission. So then after the researcher have given us, produced the socio-economic impact, then the legal unit of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature will also give a legal opinion on that bill. Then the committee will now travel to all over Gauteng, to the 5 regions of Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, Tshwane, Sidibeng, and West Rand, on the bill to source public comments and inputs from the public. After that, The committee coordinator, Tate Sipo, will draft the negotiating mandate, which will integrate the public's inputs and be tabled in the House. Next slide. Now, public participation, that's what we also do as this committee. If there is areas of budget, we will make sure that you as the public know. We will invite you to come and interrogate the budget of the department. If there is annual report processes, we will invite you. We are only having a problem that we have just spotted or identified. That it looked like there is somebody in the community or in a township who's got the link to Gauteng provincial legislature. And we have realized that this person doesn't share this information with other people in a township. You know why? Because when there is a portfolio committee meeting of social development, we will see the same face. When there is a portfolio committee on education, it's the same man. When there is a portfolio committee on public safety, is the same man. Health is the same man. Remember, the portfolio committee will meet on on Monday, another one on Wednesday, another one on Thursday, another one on Friday. So this man is got food for all these days and doesn't share with you that I'm eating lunch every day. So all that I need to do is to go to the website of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I see, oh, education is there. And then because we provide transport, he will make sure that there is transport. So let's share this information. We want to meet new faces. So I will be very happy if you come to make the department accountable, but also bring new people. Let it not be one face. Then there will be stakeholder engagement linked to focus intervention. Take, for instance, if we want to visit Fathers Mangaliswe Mkhatshwa, now we know you. If we go there, we will also invite you to come and join us so you can see what is happening in your area. The Bua Le Sechaba campaign, that's what we do. The sector parliaments, where normally they are led by the portfolio chairperson, the chair of chairs. They meet with the youth, children, the women, senior citizen, disability, LGBTQI community, faith-based organization, etc. And committee inquiries. Now we also have what we call cooperative governance. What do we do with cooperative governance? There is a cooperative governance between the national parliament, provincial legislature, and local government to oversee the implementation of government programs in the province. This relationship is also observed during the NCOP Provincial Week, where national, provincial, and local government visit various projects within the province, produce oversight report with concern and recommendations. So most of the time you will see that honorable members are going to all these important projects that will be adopted by the national parliament. Resolutions are then sent to various departments for actioning. The cooperative governance is also observed during processing of the referred bill, where the public from the 5 regions of our province participate in terms of giving inputs on the bills, and the national parliament will be the one finalizing the bill and turning that bill into an act as it will be signed by the president. In conclusion, we are saying to you, in light of the above, you will have realized that work we are doing as the committee. Hence, it is important for us to forge close links with you, because you are able to give us the important information that we are looking for. and reach other areas of concern in your communities before the portfolio can come in. Had we not invited you here, we wouldn't know that while we are paying a service provider to pick you up from where you are staying, the service provider is telling you, come to the mall. The service provider is bringing you here with sedans while we have paid for a taxi. So this is the kind of oversight that we want to do, the kind of relationship we want to bring to you, so you can know that this is a portfolio committee on social development, a portfolio committee of the provincial legislature of Gauteng, and this is not the Department of Social Development. Let's work together for the betterment of our people. Thank you very much. Now, I will allow you to share with us. Now you understand who we are. You can now share with us your frustrations so that we can note them. And then we are going, after that we will answer. And then after answering, we will, I'm going to give you a very good long break, because we will even go to lunch. And then after lunch, we will come back and the department will be here to make their presentation. But for now, the floor is yours. Share with us, what are your frustrations? Tell us where you come from. Remember, I've made a presentation. You understood, you didn't have a lot of questions. But there is always this thing of, we really want to tell the portfolio chairperson the truth. We really, I'm giving an example. As the people with a disability of Gauteng, we are not really getting any assistance from your department that you claim to be doing oversight, chairperson. The department is not here. Share with us, why are you not empowered? Because they blame you in turn that you are not having this paper, you are not having this one, you need to be spoon-fed and all that. So share with us so that when they arrive here, there will be a question on that. And then listen to how they answer. And then listen to how the portfolio committee will go hard on them. And then you know that it's like we are your big brothers as the committee. Now you understand. You are no longer going to be confused. So I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to look at this side so I can take the hands this side. If you don't have any, don't be, you can even repeat yourself, Mama. Don't worry. Number one. Number two. I've got two hands this side. Now I'm here. Number one. Okay. You don't, I've got one hand here. And this side, number one, number two, number three, number four, Mama. Nice. The last row. Yeah, the last row. Number one, that day with the black t-shirt. Number two. Okay. Researcher, please take out your books and pens, and Tatenwala and your team, please note all this, and then let's see how we can answer. I'm going to allow you to all ask the questions so that we can note them. And then we will answer all of them. Mewaka.
Thank you. Good day, everybody.
Don't forget to give us your name and the institution you come from.
Good day, everyone who's in this hall. My name is Malifiane Petla from Tshwane. My concern is, or my observation is, I only see Tshwane Older Persons Forum in this room. I don't see other corridors. So I'm asking, was this invite extended or not? Because we, as from the forum, we definitely need something like this to get a clear direction. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nomtanda Zompande. I'm coming from the disability sector based in Ekurhuleni. One of the most issues that we have from a disability sector is that the funding for disability activities is mainly just for maybe people who are taking care of people with disabilities. But I think the department misses to understand that when we go to other departments, whether it's Department of Transport or any other department, we are sent back to social development for activities for persons with disabilities. So what we want to see is that the department understands that the social development understands that they are the head office of disability. So anything that we need for disability, whether it's transport related, whether it's education related, we are redirected to, and there are official letters that we receive from the said departments. We can share that if that is required, so that you understand our frustrations. We're trying to get out there and be active citizens. But then you come to social development, then what you want to do is not seen as part of the packages that were presented. But still, it's about getting us to be active and help other people with disabilities to be able to integrate themselves.
Yeah, go in details, share with us exactly that. No. Okay. The reason we want to talk to you as the committee, in Dlamini, there was somebody who raised the issue of the intellectually challenged children, that they were not getting assistance. And we really want to, I hope, Sipho, you have noted that. We really want to go to the department and ask them to show us in all the 5 corridors, where did they, okay, we can see disabilities, but where are they doing with this? So see, we're able to go deep. Now, I'm asking you to go deeper so we can package it, and we're gonna send it to the department. You see the importance of meeting with the portfolio committee alone, where the department is not, you are able to vent out your frustration. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, I will just give you 2 separate examples so that maybe you understand our predicament. I'll go to the training side of the challenges that we have. For example, people who are deaf, people who can't hear, they will say they want people with disabilities except these ones. So where do those people get trained? Where do they get the skills from? And we expecting that social development then can help those people also to be integrated in the training, whether it's training for skills, technical skills, and all that. That's one.
So if I hear you, you are saying they are training everyone.
Yes.
Except our people who are deaf. They are normally left out.
Yeah.
And which ones?
It's blind. Mostly
blind?
Those are the ones that are struggling. Even other disabilities are struggling, but I'm just trying to give you an immediate problem. But it doesn't mean, for example, people who are dyslexic also are excluded. So there's lots of other disabilities that are excluded. You'll find that the advert comes out, it says, we want people with disabilities. They'll say, don't come if you, and they give the different disabilities that they can accommodate. Or when you inquire, because I support people, whether from a skills development point of view or getting into business, that means being trained to be business people. So, but the challenge is that the accessibility to that, and we're hoping that the department can support our people so that they can get into the
okay, thank
that
you.
as well.
I see you are not comfortable to say it, but I'm going to request that, because you also have an example of such adverts, please make sure that you share them with our committee coordinator and show an example of an advert that here is what my worry, and an example of where you once visited. Here in the committee, we don't hide. We prefer that a person tell us the Department of Social Development in Sidibeng in this township, and even ask the name of that person who's blocking you. Okay. That's how this committee, we are the 7th administration, and that's how we operate. Because we realize that it is the MEC that get attacked, only to find that it's Mr. Chokoe down there, who just doesn't want to work, because he knows once he admits these people, he's gonna have to work a lot of time, and then he want to arrive at 8 and go home at 11. Okay. So if he brings you in, we're going to force him to go to work at 8 and go home at 4:30. They don't want that. That's why you guys must tell us that the Office of Social Development in Pretoria, Bosman, the regional one, is a problem. Then we go there and we dig out that person and we ask him if he really want to work or he want to go home. Simple as that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think I will share the details because it's a generic problem. And number 2, the other problem is the funding model for the department. For example, the Department of Transport, when we were querying that we want them to support people with disabilities, they wrote us a letter that says we must go back to social development. And those activities are nowhere in the social development, for example. So that letter also we will share that is coming from the department that says all our activities that are related to disability must be funded by social development. So what we're asking is that social development needs to find a way to deal with disability totally. That means 360, and augment all the other departments so that people with disabilities also can be able to access and be able to participate, so that at some point we will get less people who will be dependent on the social grant. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. This line? We are on this line.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. My problem is on budget. We have forums. I'm Josephine Mafa from Soshanguve. Yeah, we have forums. And at the forums, we draw our year plans. And then in the year plans, we have activities for the elderly people. And then sometimes they come and perform for the whole day. And then they have nothing to eat because we don't have a budget for the department doesn't have budget for them. So they stay there for a long time, perform, and they enjoy. But there's nothing budgeted for them. So that's our problem.
What is the name of the
forum?
The forum?
Soshanguve Older Persons Forum.
So you will be invited by who? By the department?
Sorry?
You will be invited by the department?
No, the forum...
okay, let me understand. Mama is requesting, you are asking for donation?
For donations,
okay.
Yes. Yes. On your budget.
Oh, on my budget?
Yeah, on your budget.
Okay. Okay.
Because we can't do anything with the 2,000 that we get.
From who?
From SASA.
Oh, you have organized yourself into a group?
Yes.
And now you are saying you also do some dancing and all. So
yes.
You wish that Gauteng province, this portfolio committee can give you something.
Keeping the elderly people busy.
Okay, now it's noted, Ma'am.
Yeah.
We are not doing that, but it is noted. We will talk to the sponsors on your behalf so they can visit you.
Thank you
all
so
right,
much.
Thanks. Thanks.
Hello, dumelang. Ah,
My brother, you must follow how I point. So give the mic according to how I pointed. I started here, and then we go down. She's the last one this side.
Hello everyone, my name is Naledi Kekana and I come from an organization called T-Shed. I have a question. Since women are being abused and brutally killed, what are you guys doing about that? 'Cause it's a very painful experience for people to go through it. And as I am part of an autism department, what kind of opportunities can you guys give them to be able to progress in life and writing and reading? Because they are very talented. Thank you.
Thowelang, leina la ka ke Natemoša Makanatleng. Ke tlo botsisa ka taba ya batho ba phelang ka disability ko ntlong. O na le batho ba phelang ka disability ko ntlong ba ba hlokomeza, batho ba ba dulang le bona ba sa ba fe tjhelete ya bona ba dutse ko ntlong ba gana hore ba tswelele ka ntle ba sa kry-a mesebetsi. Ke leboha.
Dumelang. Nna lebitso la ka ke nna Katleho from Tembisa to T-Shed. Nna disability ya ka ko classmate tsa ka ko autism class a ba nyake re shegela bana dilo tse re di tshwarang mo bekeng ba ko ntlong ho na le abutaka o ba lwa le oledi ha ba ke ba lamula a ngowe a nyakompetha le ko tlaseng ya autism ho na le moshimane o mongwe be re mthusa ka difitsi a nyako bethana le bomme.
dumelang. Ka lebitso ke Ana le Kalakala from Tshwane. Nna ke tswa ke le Bopagana Bagodi Winterfeld. Taba ya me e tshwana le ya mama. Gore ga re ne funding. Le re ra di campaign di awareness. Ga gona sepe se puso e re thusang ka sone. Bokoko ba tseya tšhelete ya bona ya grant ba itshapota ka mo gae plus le ko mokhatlong. Gobaneng ga ba kena goseng ba trainer, after trainer ba etsa di handwork ka tlala ba bang sometimes ba tla ba sene scafftin. So ne ke kopa thuso mo go gore re kry lesedi gore thuso re ka e fumana ko kae. Ke a leboga.
Ay, sanibonani. Okhulumayo la uLawrence. uLawrence is chairperson Disabled People South Africa, la Gauteng. Also a member of Disability Business Chamber.
Lawrence and the surname, yeah?
Yes. Surname Lawrence Pila. Okay. My number one. There are people that they have, especially people with disabilities that have businesses, and then they registered under CIPC. They didn't get any notification from SASSA stated within their disability grant has been cut or has been closed. According to the policy, yes, SASSA, if you earn more than 8,000, if I'm not mistaken, if you earn more than 8,000, you are not qualified to get a disability grant. But this thing is new, especially layer CIPC. We don't have any contract with the state, But why kwamele disability grant eval? Not unless we have a contract with the state. That's why you can close the disability grant. So now, by doing that, DSD is yenza ukuthi manje singakhona ukuregister ama-business. I think that is something that you need to look at. That's point number one. And then number two, when you talk about the procurement target for people with disability, DSD is failing to meet the target. But although we meet Heidelberg, I think around March, you gave your official the mandate if to meet the target. But we are almost in November now. Still, they are failing to meet the target. So what happened to the money that is kept aside for people with disability? I understand for youth and women, but that percentage, where is the money going? So if we are employing the official like your HODs and your CSM and then your directors, you have the performance appraisal. I don't know, we do it monthly or we do it only in September. So why are you employing those people if they are failing to meet the target? Or they're taking people with disability just for charity? Understand? So what happened to the percentage that is kept for people with disability? Where is the money going? I'm talking on behalf of disability. Because mostly the RFQs that they get is only based on catering. And that catering doesn't exceed more than 15,000. The maximum the people that get, the maximum is 10,000. Understand? I'll give you the typical example like myself. I did submit RFQs and then I was called in the morning, good, okay, the CSM is busy with the purchase order and so on and so on, so just get ready. You understand? How? The following day, I was told with the RFQ was given to somebody. But why never phone I will get that job? So what happened?
Just explain that one. And
Okay.
it is within the Department of Social Development.
Yes.
What did you get?
I've got they called me that I'm going to get the purchase order on a Friday. I must get ready. Ne?
Don't be brief.
Okay.
Explaining
I was
to the
called that
chair.
I will get a purchase order. I must be ready. Ne?
A purchase order to do what?
The catering.
Okay.
Yes, the purchase order to do the catering for 500 people. Okay. The next day, they told me that the purchase order has been given to someone. So why they call me and tell me I will get the job? Understand? Why they call me? They should have not called me, so I was straight on that. Yeah.
And when did this happen?
2 weeks back.
That is the Dlamini one.
No, it's there's 500 people.
Do you have that paper?
Yes, I
The
have
paper
purchased. I have the RFQs and everything. Even the person called.
You know that person?
Yes, I know the person.
Okay.
Yes.
See, these are kind of cases I want.
Yes, I know the person.
Yeah, these are the kind of cases I want. So they told you everything is all right, prepare yourself, you're
Yes.
going to cater for 500 people.
Yes.
And then after that, the same person called you and said, no, don't.
Yes, that's correct.
Where?
And then they said the job.
But where was the area? Ekuruleni or?
No, I think it was a Correlane. I'll check on my RFQ. Ne? They said the job is cancelled.
Oh.
Ne?
Oh.
But the same Monday that the job's supposed to take place, the job was given to somebody that I know.
It's not disabled.
It's not disabled. It's an able body. Understand?
Okay, no, at least I've got a committee. We've got a good case now. Thank you so much.
Okay.
We always wanted those kind of cases.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everybody. Igama ngu Clarence Ntikinga.
Clarence, just before you continue, my brother, can you come to Sipo now? You just give him the name of your company, the guy who, just give him Sipo, sort it out. Because we are meeting the department now at 2. and the CFO will be here, and that 4.6% of the money they only use for disability, it really make me sick. And if we have a case like this one, now we know, chairperson of Okpol, here is the story that now we have an idea what is happening. So sometimes it's deliberate exclusion of people with disability. And if we have a case like this, we will. Okay, I think just take everything simple so we can have it. And that Clarence, you can continue. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone. My name is Clarence Ntikinga. I'm coming from an organization called the Gauteng Disability Business Chamber. Mine is just gonna be short, Chair, without wasting your time. Is to appreciate the invite as stakeholders within a committee and the clarification of how this committee and the department work in terms of duty adjudications, because at times we tend to mix izinto. But then portfolio committee under this 7th administration, it's here really to dismantle this gatekeeping that we are hearing here, seeing. As a Gauteng Disability Business Chamber Chair, the problem that we have with the department, the frustration that we have with the department, companies, business people, emerging entrepreneurs with disabilities within the department are not being utilized when it comes to these RFQs, when it comes to business opportunities within the department. Like for instance, we were talking about the issue of transportation now. Why should have not the officials used business people, businesses that are owned by people with disabilities to come here that are in transport? For instance, we came here with our own wheelchairs. We make means and ways of us to be here without the transport, without the department transporting us to be here. Lastly,
that one is me. You don't blame it on them.
Oh, okay. Lastly,
Sipo, just hold on. I think Sipo, we should talk to the legislature on that. I think we should have a meeting with the SCM of legislature about our clients. I think what you're saying is the truth. We cannot be speaking that we are for the people with disability and there is transport, and my people came with a wheelchair and they were transported in the most horrifying way. I think we should lead by example. Thank you very much, Clarence. I will have a meeting with them, and the next invite, it will be a very improved one. They tell me it's very expensive. I will tell them it is expensive, is good. You are people as well. You are human beings as well. They must just pay. Okay, they just conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In conclusion, your presence as this committee to crack the whip, we appreciate, because we were told we are nowhere to be found as a business entity within the disability sector. But through you, Chair, you make means and efforts to find us. Where did you find us? If they were actually not, we were nowhere to be found in this province. We are all over in the 5 corridors of this province. We are here. So this narrative of saying businesses that are owned by people with disabilities are nowhere to be found. It's a fallacy, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think as I will be moving question by question until we close with that one. We will like to work with all forums. The Elder Persons Forum of Tshwane, you don't see the others. We don't have that information. Now that you are here, feel free to give this information to Ndate Ngwala. So what will happen is you can also assist that. Yes, there is not Tshwane one, there is Gauteng one. But the coordinator for Tshwane is this person. But also the coordinator for Mamelodi is this one. Coordinator for Atteridgeville is this one. Coordinator for, so that the information doesn't land at Gauteng Older Persons Forum. Because the information will, at least as the legislature or the portfolio committee, we will be able to contact all those ones that are in Tembisa, in Sebokeng, so that we have maximum participation. I think your question is correct. And sometimes you as the portfolio committee on social development, you will contact the Tshwane one, only to discover that they don't even attend. But they failed to take this information down to the Soshanguve one, the Winterfeld one, the Mawinga, the ones in Mitsweding, the ones in Hamaska, because we want everyone to be part of this. Your opinions are really valued. Yes. And then my sister, in terms of your disability challenges and all that, I would like that the same questions you're gonna ask when the department arrive here. At least we will know. And then it assists us to craft our questions as the portfolio committee to be direct. I will tell you, the next questions from the portfolio committee is no longer going to be asked about disability. How many disability people have you assisted in Gauteng? Because they will give me a number. Now, this kind of engagement with you as stakeholders assist me to categorize my questions. I will say for the financial year 2024-2025, please share with me the number of people with disability that you have assisted in the following category: blind, deaf, intellectually, and then disabled. Then I will be able to catch them. They will say 0, 0, and that's when I will make a follow-up and say, what is your plan to make sure that all these people are covered? You see how I say you should, and why I'm saying we gonna, you come here to assist us a lot. Bomme, yes, I do believe that Gauteng Provincial Legislature might be having a leg of supporting any other organizations, including the elderly, the youth, and people with disability. We will go and inquire and ask if you have, you can be assisted. But from the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, we will not have a money sitting somewhere to sponsor you. But as we are bringing you to our events, maybe in the future, I might say when I invite you, make sure that in our, you can see we have been so formal. Maybe we don't need a formal one. We need to have an agenda item, entertainment. And then Mama will sing for us so that we can see the talent and what you do, so that people with disability can sing for us. And then by so doing, we are exposing you to different sponsors. So that is what we will do. Keep on attending our activities. We will improve. I mean, we cannot do things that they used to be done the other way. So SIPO, we might have on the agenda, if it's public like that, we will include. an item, just so that we can expose the talent that we have in our community. My sister, the gender-based violence is serious. It's painful. We believe that the police are hard at work. We believe that this Department of Social Development should also share with us on programs that are supporting men psychologically. Because it is men who are killing our sisters. It is men who are really on the news. Not that there are no women who abuse men, but the level of this killing is so high, and the horrific manner that it is done. You know, sometimes you will even, when you hear such horrible stories, you will pray and say, no, I hope this person is not a South African. Oh, you are going to be shocked. This is a boy that have grown here. Look at the one that killed Auslebogang recently. They say this guy, they know him. He used to be moving around the street. They know the person. And he knew that Auslebogang will be arriving at this. He killed that lady, put her body in the dustbin, and push that dustbin, put it next to the neighbor at 11 in midnight. Thanks God, somebody saw him. This one who's pushing dustbin in the middle of the night, what's wrong with him? When the following day they opened, they realized that he has killed a person in there. So this thing, it's not a departmental problem. It's a societal problem. You know, we proposed, I know President proposed national dialogue, chairperson. And that national dialogue was killed by Matlanga. Things came out and then it stopped immediately, and then we focus on Matlanga. But if you think on how the president was saying, let's address this problem. We are no longer patriotic people. We just live for the sake of living. And then you are right in that work. You know, Abuti, when you hear that there are people who are keeping a person who's disabled in the house, and they are collecting money, this person, and now they block him from going outside. They don't want him to be seen by the people, but they are busy eating his money. And you also put it with, you said, they must go out and search for work and leave your money. They don't do that. And we will look at that. The department must tell. I know they've got a program that when you have such a case, feel free to report. You see, we've got Ndate Sipo here. Said that now I know of this ladies, my friend used to come to T-shirt. Now they are no longer bringing this person go T-shirt. They are saying adule ka mo gae and ba ja tšhelete ya gae ba etsang, so that the department can go and implement the program that we know. So you are at the right place. You just state it, show it to Ndate Sipo, and then we have the names. It can be anonymous. We have to protect you, because we know they abuse you. Once they know you have reported them, they are coming for you. We know there was this other that they sent Ateko Sidibeng, who is an old man who normally will be taken to old age home. The family go and grab that man, bring him back home. They close the door, fidijo, baje chelte ya haya sasa. Akira haile ko old age, oraru uja ko old age. So the department, I know that this case is very close to the heart of MEC. I can tell you we will solve that problem as soon as tomorrow. Tomorrow we will go and take that person, admit you into a proper shelter where they will be eating. And you also ask a fundamental question. You say, yes, there are those people who are disabled, who are staying at home. And there are those people who are disabled, who we have a shelter for them. These ones that are at home, how does the department go and monitor their well-being and see that they are well taken care of? We will ask that question for the department. Lena le tsena le ngwana o mongwe ko t-shirt la motshwenya lena o letlalile mare la motshwenya o bangwe ba moraga ka mola ebile ba motshega. First o tshwentse ke abuti a hae a lwana le mama a re mama a re wa molamola mama abuti o la hae a tshega ka yena. Re utlwile abuti le ko sekolong ba o tshwenya bola re utlwile abuti. So I think ntate ka mo I think I've just sent you to Sipo. Thank you for raising that challenge, which we are able to catch. These guys go supply chain. The problem is there at supply chain of every department. There is this horrible person at the supply chain. As he received the RFQs, he looked at it and said, no. Kemangu no disabled. No. And said, we heard that chairperson there is a problematic chairperson of social development. He asked us question that why are we not giving business to people with disability? Let's try it. And then when you are about to get your job, he pulled it out and said, no. And they're going to write, we have assisted this. Now, we are going to be clear that the following company is owned by a person with disability. You promised him that he's going to get this job. You withdrew it and you give it to an enabled person. When you know this guy is going to be in big trouble. I am happy that in that Clarence, you are stating that you are there. And you are saying, yes, now we have been identified, but there are tricks to just go around us. Because now they cannot say they don't know you. Now they know you, there are tricks. Don't worry, we will arrive there. We will arrive there. Every year, every quarter. In fact, there is already an invite that you must come. We will invite you. It's just but Sipo made it a virtual. Why did you make it a virtual? It's so important. It's NCOP. You see, it's NCOP. And we have to table it quickly. Yeah, because the next one that is coming is the financial year 2020, 2025, 2026. And we will be able to see for these quarters, what have they done? So you are able to catch them as early as quarter 1 or quarter 2 to say, you guys, you think we are stupid. We can see you are not acting, you are not moving. And then we'll tell the MEC, better move this person who is anti-transformation. Because the same thing, you see, you abled people, you might look at the disabled people as the people who are punished. But I'm telling you, it goes to another level. It attacks women. Women are not given business. Then there's using the same tricks. There will be a woman, they give business and then they put a man. You see, when you think it's disabled, it's also you. I don't see empowerment of women. When I ask questions, I ask them, the answers was that 30% was used, business that are owned by women is the ones that receive any assistance. I said, why 30? The youth, they say, is around 40. Everything is men. Everything is given to men. So this is a problem. And the areas of transformation, where you see big projects are still owned by or given to white men only. So we are dealing with a big problem. I know you are surprised, why is this man able to answer each and every question one by one, and I know who asked what, but you didn't see me writing. So I'm tired of writing. I've written so many books, so many theses in my life. I'm no longer, I just listen. Okay. Honorable members, I might have missed some of the questions. I might have answered them shallow. I would like to allow you to answer some of the questions if you feel like I haven't covered others. So, Honorable Mkwanazi.
Thank you, Chair. Sanibonani. Njani? Sithasibonge nje ukuthi sibe nani namhlanje. I have and there was something we talk about a forum. I think that one, Chair, if there is a forum area and area, babe, register, babe net that socially be net database. Yeah, yo, and then through Sipho, uthi bakwazi ukuthi i-communication kuzoba easy. Yale forum ukuze bakwazi bonke bathole information eyanele. And then nokuthi also siyabonga nje ukuthi ngoba nikhona nakukhona enikutholayo enikubonayo ukuthi akwenzakali ngendlela efanele siyabonga laba abakhulumayo. They tell us what is happening. Chairperson, now you see, now even remember some of the past visitors wenzile, but also help here and can assist us a lot. Ilokho sicela ukuthi ukusebenzisana ukuze siye phambili. And then if maybe nizothi hayi no sizokhuluma next time, leyo izoba inkingi thothi next time sekunama changes amanye awusatholi ukuthi uphefumule ngendlela efanele angithi. Yeah, it's very important ukuthi nisebenzisane konke sikuzamayo nathi siyazama nathi ngithi yabona ungena emfuleni uthi uyangena yabona udeep uzama ukuthi kunzima kodwa nje with your help sizosebenza. And then also support to ama NGOs. Yeah, yeah, kuningi inkinga esinazo kakhulu Chairperson. Hey. I don't know ukuthi abanye bayayithola le information. And now to check manje abantwana abaningi bakulento zama drugs and nabantwana balokhuzana khona incase ngade bengitshela ngayo intombazane isiqalile yaphuza idayisa izingane umzimba. Niyabona ukuthi izinto esizenzayo singabomama zikho right. Leyo futhi dinga nina ukuthi enikhona ekuhlaleni checka umphakathi bonke abantu ogogo endaweni abantwana laba abashiwe abazali. And then nibheke konke lokho at least mhlambe if kunabantu esaziyo ukuthi can help with the community even though singekho sazi ukuthi hayi le ndawo le, but i-database can also help a lot. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mikhwe.
No, thank you so much, Chair, and let me greet all our stakeholders. I'm sure for me, this information that you are giving is so valuable, and we are becoming more and more informed. But I'm sure it must not end here, Chair. Even where we're coming from, we need to follow through and ensure that these matters are taken very, very seriously. I am happy that our researcher, I saw our researcher on the screen. Yeah, who actually must table and table all the working with Mr. Nwala here, table all these issues so that we can follow through. But Chair, I'm happy that you are also saying that we must also ensure that the Gauteng legislature does do that or take care of issues of PWDs. Remember, myself and you, we also sit in a committee that does oversight on the Premier as well as the Gauteng legislature. And every time we go to those meetings, and even tomorrow we have a meeting, they will say there are no, I think my brother there indicated that they will say there are no companies of PWDs. But if you are saying you do have, they are compelled by the laws of this country to ensure that you also meet the requirements. Because as long as business, so we're never into business. And at times these documents, they are too complicated. It is, even in our last meeting, we asked them to ensure that they identify you and they train you and they make it easy for you to fill in what you are not going to do. So for them to come to the committee and say, Abekoma people living with disabilities, it's just an insult. It's people who don't want to do their work and who don't respect. Remember, today I might look at myself as if I am disabled. But looking at me, you might say I'm okay, but you don't know my disability because some of the disabilities are not obvious. Or some of the people are hiding their disabilities.
And you can see me, I'm disabled, very tall.
Yeah. But I can go out and I can fall. Then that physical disability may be seen. Will I want that at that time, must I be respected and be considered? It must not be before I even get into that point. Remember this government, I think from 1994, has a mission to ensure that we transform this country. And transformation will be incomplete if we don't even cover every person. We told them in a meeting last week to say, if it was for young people, black women, besizotoyitoya lapha. But many disabled people and the elderly people, because they don't have the capacity in terms of transport, because they also complain about transport, but also not enough money to even go to these institutions and do that for yourself. So it becomes our responsibility as your leaders, as the public representatives that are actually representing almost everyone, to actually stand up for you. So as activists, if you are activist, I can't be an activist to only speak for black women only, because I happen to be black and being a woman. I must speak to all vulnerable groups to ensure that those issues are responded on. So this register, Sipho, I will definitely need the register. So even in the OCPOL committee that I lead, I must actually raise these matters. So except for the Department of Social Development, our government is mainstreaming all issues that covers almost everyone. And we need to be champions for you, to work with you. Why before 1994 we're working with you, all of a sudden because we're occupying these positions, we pretend not to be working for you. So that mandate, that mission must continue until it is actually realized. So when we go to these meetings, we're going to ask them, who are these people? Because nanitan baboni. So it means if abanboni, they are disabled themselves. Amehla valegiwe nendlebe zivalekile. And Chair, that's why mina I hate when I see a program etifaneke sothenga furniture. Because when we sit in these offices, comfortable, warm, when it is hot, there are aircons. We don't go out and get you. These people must go out and get you if they can't find you, if they can't see you. So we don't have an excuse, but we must work. And you have a right to also hold us accountable, because we're elected by you. We're not elected by ourselves and our families, and we don't represent ourselves and our families. We represent all the citizens, be it in Gauteng or all over the province. So I think this information is important, and I'm happy, Chair, that you had to take this direction. So that as we are waiting for the department to come respond on the other issues, but we must also deal with this particular matter, because many a times we don't even have enough time to deal with these matters. It is just a pity that we don't have all the stakeholders, but I agree with the Chair to say, make us aware of some of the stakeholders that are not here and how to actually consult them so that we're able to even, but also, Chair, not we must also go to where you live and be able to deal with these matters, because it can't be, I can't be representing you without you. The PSA used to say, nothing for me without me. So let us leave that slogan and actually make it a point that we represent you to the latter. But we must hear from you how we must represent you. Singani decided how we must actually represent you. Thank you, Chair. If ingakhuluma mina fanele ngabe ngumfundisi ngakhuluma kuzibe kusasa ekseni, but thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There are some technical ones which need you before we can go to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just give clarity or answer the question related to transport for stakeholders. Just to give a bit of a background, if especially the older persons forums, if you still remember when Chairperson attended the feedback session in Randbeck, he made a commitment that is going to invite you in a committee meeting on the 4th of November, the one that took place in Soweto, yes. 5th and 6th, the weekend after the 31st, I received, I think, 3. In fact, on the same day from Tlou Chokoe, from Tshwane, and they wanted to bring the 8 forums to the meeting. The difficulty, Chair and honorable members, that we had that time was that already there was procurement or logistics that have already been started for the meeting of Tuesday. Then I said to them, as a word of advice, to say, I've spoken to Chair because the department was not ready with the responses. Maybe the advice that I can give you that is going to work on your advantage is that if you attend the next meeting, which is today's one, and I guarantee you in that meeting, you will have ample time to engage with the department and also the committee. So Tshwane was not represented formally, Chair, in last week's meeting, but there was an older person's representation that was there. Citibank was represented by 30 older persons. Ekurhuleni, I think it was represented by 15. The only regions that we, of course, they were there, but not invited by from the meeting that you addressed. That is Johannesburg and West Rand. That's where we have not found inroads. In as far as the meeting of last week, Tuesday, and also today's meeting. Today's meeting, Citibank, 30 older persons were supposed to be here. Unfortunately, myself and John, we tried to call the one of the coordinators yesterday. Then they tried to organize. Apparently, in fact, last week, Chair, they were 73 from Citibank that wanted to attend, but we divided them into 2 so that others come in this meeting, and then the 30 attend the previous meeting in Soweto, of which they did that. But now I think there was some communication breakdown from last week to yesterday, because the other group was supposed to come today, but when we made a follow-up, the coordinators were busy trying to locate. Apparently, most of the Gogos already, they had an engagement that they were supposed to attend today. Hence, in fact, it was when we gave up, it was around 5 to 6 yesterday, because we could not get any. In fact, even the coordinator said, look, it's impossible for us even to make one kombi for Citibank. So we apologize, Chair, on that one. And also, I know even with Tshwane, which is something, Chair, that we learned from it. We can say that 5 to 8 yesterday, we're trying to make some means to make it a point that they are here. But the issue, the service provider gave us the problems related to the distance from Cullinan to Brongospruit, and then all the areas that were scattered. Previously, we never had that, So these are some of the areas that we'll try by all means going forward to improve on. The sad thing is that, in fact, let me not say the sad thing, the transport for Citibank is going to be paid, while the while the stakeholders are not here. So that's the only part that now, Chair, because they were waiting for the list to be provided, because they were given the purchase order, and then we tried by all means say, look, hang in there. We will try by all means and locate, the what do you call it? The coordinators were not responding to the service provider, but they were responding to myself. So that's I just wanted, Chair, to clarify that. Also, do plead that to say going forward we will improve in as far as that issue is concerned, especially from the side of Tshwane. We apologize, Major. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think the planning must be improved from the GPL. I think it's better to make sure that all these things are well planned 48 hours before the actual day, because it's not for the first time that we are having to pay service providers that don't bring people, let alone the caterer. So it's if the watchdogs can come to the legislature, we'll be in big trouble. So let us improve on that. Yeah. So, John, we have now come to the end of this meeting. I'm leaving it to John. I hope, John, you have spoken to the management of this hotel, that we've got special people such that they've arranged lunch in such a way that they will eat their lunch in the most comfortable way. I've got elder people today, and I've got people with disability. I don't want to see them there having to waiting and waiting, not getting food. So I hope that you have arranged that, so they understand that maybe they might have to bring food to them or put them somewhere where they will be able to eat their dinner nicely. But to all the people that are here, we are going to go for lunch. Everyone is invited for lunch, including my translators. And then we will come back around 2 o'clock. I want us to start exactly at 2 o'clock so that I can release you on time. So the department is going to be here 2 o'clock. So let's all go to lunch. I don't know if John want to tell us where lunch is going to be served, but we're gonna all go out that door. That is where lunch is going to be served. My people with disability, maybe you might have to wait for John to give you proper direction so you don't fall, because I really want to take good care of you. Another announcement is, because you didn't know that the department is going to come here at 2, you might have arranged that by 2 o'clock you are going home. And here is the chair who want to keep you here. So I want to release you. Those who have already arranged that you want to leave, you are free to leave. But also those who want to stay, because it's a portfolio committee meeting with the department, you can stay. And you can see from where you are that we are going to represent you well. But I don't want you to be arriving home very late or even getting lost, because you were sure that by 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock you will be leaving. Or what you can do is you can sit once we start with the presentation, maybe once the department start asking questions, if you feel like it is the time where you agree with your transport to pick you up, you are free to go. So you don't have to worry and I keep you here for long. Thank you very much. Let's go for lunch.
One, two, one, two. You're getting something, right? You- You're supposed to get something. Yeah.
Honorable members, we will start in the next 5 minutes. think we'll start. Okay, honorable members, we will start in the next 2 minutes. As stakeholders are putting on their gadgets, we are starting in the next 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Sipo. Thank you very much, honorable members, honorable MEC and your team. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you into our meeting and also to thank you from coming from your management or departmental meeting where there was just a small technical misunderstanding, and I don't know how you missed it or your department missed it, because while we were in Dlamini Hall, I stated clear that I am relieving the department, but we will meet on the 13th. So when I hear the message that you have some meeting, that's why I said it's fine. I cannot postpone, but I rather accommodate you. Maybe for the benefit of your officials, you were gonna be with me here from 5 o'clock until midnight. So it is the MEC who saved you and said, no, let's try 2 o'clock. So I would like to thank you, MEC, for being flexible. To honorable members, maybe to remind you why we are here, we are going to be getting responses from the questions that you as honorable members have presented those questions to the department as a norm. I'm of the opinion, and I'm aware that the officials that are here are so used to these questions, they even know how to answer them. But honorable members, I have to remind the MEC and the officials that we are the 7th administration. We can never be compared with the 6th administration on how they were doing their business. We cannot be compared with the 5th administration, nor the other administration. We are the 7th administration, and we believe that we are meeting today because we have questions from the annual report of the department for the financial 2024-2025. This is accounting to the tune of around 5.8 billion that was used during this financial year. So we want to share with you that we went through the entire report. And from that report, program by program, we came out with the questions that we asked you. These were not individual questions. These are questions from the committee. Now, I understand that most of the time, the committee will receive the answers 2 days or a day before the actual committee meeting with the department. By seeing that, I've then taken a decision that once I receive the questions, as honorable members, we will need more than 4 days to study your answers so that this kind of meeting can be a fruitful meeting so that accountability can be proper. I can share with you, sitting with you here, that honorable members, me included, we have went through each and every answer that you provided. And we are going to allow you to answer those questions to the best of your ability. There might be some changes. Where you are used to know that when the committee asks questions, it is the HOD that answer. Like I said, we are the 7th administration. We know who's responsible for which budget. So we are going to request that Honorable MEC, you let us face the people who are responsible for this budget. Those are the people that must answer. If we go to any program, the chief director responsible for that program will have to answer. And then follow-up questions will follow to the chief director for that. We will have a session with the HOD. We are not a portfolio committee from heaven. We've been with this department. We know the turbulence within the departments. We know when the MEC joined. We know when the HOD joined. And we know that there was stability within the department. Hence, our follow-up. Honorable MEC, I'm going to take this opportunity and hand it over to you. And while we, just before you carry on, we will request that maybe if you can take out the pen so you can be with us. The questions that are going to be asked, we will start with the administration. Look like it's the, yes.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Chair.
Yeah, no, just I want to guide you, MEC. We will like you to start with the administration as an icebreaker because we know our employees within the department will ask those questions. And then if the program leader of this administration will be the one leading us, and then we will move to program 5, and then we will go up like that. It will be administration, and then we will now move to program up, that is development and research, will be followed by restorative services, and then will be followed by children and family. Then the last one will be social welfare. After all the questions of administration are asked, then honorable members will come in for a follow-up. We will not read all the questions. So we want to deal with administration finished, with follow-up, then we'll go to program 5, 4, 3, and 2. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and greetings to all the members from various communities and stakeholders for the opportunity to come and respond to questions that you will have raised. On administration, I will ask the acting HOD to respond because some of them we could not fill the post due to was the circular 14? 49. For circular 49. Let me hand over to acting HOD to respond, Chair. Acting HOD.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members, and the esteemed members of the community that are here. Chairperson, in terms of Section 49, during the period under review, the DPSA had put in place Circular 49, which was meant to assist us to manage the fiscus in terms of filling of posts. So what would happen at the time is that before you advertise a post, you had to check with Treasury as well as the Office of the Premier. They were also managing the ratio of the money that goes to COE and goods and services. So you would have seen during the period under review some vacancies in critical posts. However, that circular has since been lifted, Chairperson, so we should be able to prioritize posts. But Gauteng, the Gauteng provincial government has made a decision that they will still adhere to that circular, but we will obviously be paying attention to priority posts. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. You can continue.
Number 2, Chairperson, measures to be implemented to improve procurement compliance. I am going to allow the CFO to respond to that one. Whilst we wait for the CFO, Chairperson, I do want to indicate that we have a strict no deviation policy that we have introduced in the department, Chairperson, especially because some of the issues that the committee is raising here were also raised in the Auditor General's report. But Chairperson, if you can just allow the CFO to give details.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, MEC, and all people present. In essence, I think HOD quickly touched on the fact of our strict no deviation policy. I think where a lot of our problems and irregular expenditure and non-compliance came for in previous financial years was the implementation of deviations. So we've managed to then issue the tender specifically in the key service delivery areas that we are focusing on school uniforms, dignity packs and food parcels. Then as well the department during the, and this specifically relates then to the short-term contracts, in our short-term contracts that we do implement, we ensure that we still stick to the relevant procurement legislation and thresholds that is in place. We go out on a RFQ process, and we also ensure that there is a competitive process that's followed, that you don't just have evergreen contracts where you are just extending and extending in rendering services. I think the continuation of the short terms during this period under review was also due to the fact that we were considering the insourcing within the department to see how some of these services can be rendered internally. So we put on hold the issuing of tenders while we were working towards that, because you cannot be issuing tenders on the one side while you are working on then insourcing on the other side. So as that process is then finalized, we should have some more stability within the short terms. And we're looking at as well the various service categories in how to prioritize them on the implementation, especially like in the areas of catering and security. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I could just also ask the CFO to then answer to the question of the inclusion of people with disabilities.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. With regards to the people with disabilities, we are receiving a regular updated databases from Provincial Treasury. with regards to companies that is within the sector of disabilities. So we are using them on an ongoing basis. We've also, in one of the last tender of dignity packs that we have awarded, there was also people with disabilities, so there would be an increase in our performance with regards to people with disabilities. That's happening, and it's an ongoing process just with regards to ensuring that we do send business there. I know it has been a historic a concern for the committee, our performance within that area. I think it's just, I think one must also balance as we are going forward into the next 2 quarters, Chair. We have, because of the budget constraints that we do have in the department, we've also put in quite stringent austerity measures in place. So our procurement at this point in time is very limited and only towards essential items. So we might have a bit of a struggle still in the next 2 quarters, but we're going to, in those areas of essential items, we will ensure that we still go out to the market, especially focusing on people with disabilities in those spaces. But I think it's just important that the committee do note that our procurement process is only focusing on essential, and the amount of procurement that we've done has drastically reduced. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That was the questions for under the program administration. Sipo, please give me that information of disability. I want to allow honorable members to ask further question, follow-up question on this program 1. Honorable Konazi, do you have any further questions, or you are covered? Okay. Honorable Mkhwe.
No, thanks, Chair. HOD, MEC, I think we just received information from the participants or the stakeholders that some of them, at times, they get calls that they are procured to do certain services. And while they're preparing to offer that service, maybe if the following day they will get another call that says, no, that service is now provided or is going to be provided by another person. And when they look at that person does not even follow within PWDs. And it makes them to wonder, why does that happen? And they're saying it's from social development mainly. You know what we will do later? Because we ask Mr. Ngola to write the details of that particular person so that we were able to send that information. And I'm sure you also know that in another meeting, we also raised an issue where, including the Office of the Premier and other departments who will say they can't find PWDs. And today, I'm sure you can see some of them are here and they do have, but maybe it could be the issue that if they're not complying, it will be upon us to ensure that through our economic development policy, we're able to train them for them to be able to comply. But we don't know what is the story, but that is what we heard earlier on. We'll share that information of that particular complainant.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhwe. Yeah, as we are saying, this is for the financial year 2024-2025. We've already met with you, CFO, for the first quarter of 2025-2026. I believe we are going to meet on the second quarter for 2025-2026. And I believe that the answers that we get here, it will not be what I call desktop answers. We are going to be getting proper answers. Remember, this question, especially on disability, stems from what you have said, that on the budget for disability, you only spend 4.6% of that budget. So we believe, moving with you, that when we meet on the second quarter of 2025-2026, we will see that you are way above the 4.6%. The reason we are saying that is because some of the answers that you gave us was that you don't know where are these people with disability. Now, as the committee working together with you as the department, we have gone out and smoked them out. They are here, you can see them. Now, my question is, what kind of training that you are giving to this particular group of society, such that by the time we meet, you will be able to say, Chair, during the first meeting with you, we said the department cannot locate people with disability. But now, we've discovered that the people with disability in Gauteng have organized themselves in such a way that they even have a name, Gauteng people with disability. You can have a database of them. Now, for us not to be stuck at 5% or less than 5%, and I know, and I don't want you to answer that yes, how, in terms of number, but I want to hear from you that when we meet on the second quarter of the financial year, 2025-2026, you will be able to say to me, there is this number of people with disability that were categorized in this fashion, that are in construction, that are in NPO, that are in catering. When we look at them, they didn't comply with this and this and that. Because remember, they have different challenges. Sometimes you want to treat them like they are able people. But then I want to hear, like, in different corridors, in Ekurhuleni, they are able to identify them and they are able to refer them to the right people, or to CIBD, to the people, to train them on this and that, such that by quarter 3, you are able to say, now we have a fully fledged of people with disability who can do catering fully, who can do construction fully, who can do. And the reason I'm saying that is because we are in 2025. We are 31 years since we've entered democracy. And I cannot accept a 4.6% of people with disability. You will see it will move to the question I asked while we were in Dlamini, to the women that are hovering around 40%, to the youth that are hovering at around 30%. So we should be having a plan on where we are going in assisting these people. That one, I'm preparing you for the second quarter when we meet, that the desktop questions I won't take. I think you can respond on that one, and then we will move to program 5.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you very much for the clear input and guidance that you've provided us in preparation for quarter 2. I think we will go back and make sure that we don't give you a generic desktop response, and that we also support it with details of how many transactions and where we've gone to, as well as the assessment then of what some of the challenges is that we experienced where we weren't able to appoint, and also just evidence on those areas where we did manage to move on that. So thank you very much for that guidance, Honourable Chair. And then I think we'll also just await the input from Honourable Member Mekwe with regards to that we can look at that specific supplier as into what transpired in that situation.
By the way, that supplier is in here, he's in the house. I don't know if you heard. The poor service provider got a call from your people at supply chain. They said you've been given an RFQ to go and feed 500 people. In a space of 24 hours, he got a call. He said, no, that thing has been given to another person. He's here. It's cancelled. No, in fact, they said it's cancelled. Yeah. But when he went there, he found that, no, it's not cancelled. Somebody who's able is busy doing that. Such a painful story. So here is the details, CFO. Go and find out who is that. We'll give it to the HOD. Go and find out who is that guy who's harassing the poor service providers that way. It's so painful. And it was two weeks back. It's not something that is far. 2 weeks back. That's what they did, these people. Thank you. I think HOD, let's go. Luckily, it looks like even the research and development is only one question. Yeah? Is it one? No, it's not one. It's yeah, so you'll take 6.5 there. I think let's carry on with 6.6. Yeah, we're going to take the entire.
On restorative services.
Yeah, restorative. No, 6.5 research and development. I said we will go to research and development. Development and research. It's 6.5 on the questions. And then we can also take macro. And then we know that we will be moving. Sorry we just don't want to lose touch.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to indicate to the Chairperson that the program managers have since arrived. Most of them are sitting on the other end of the room.
Can they come here? Can they come here so we can see them? Please come this side. Mama, tshwarang city tshela tsa kwa tsa mafelelo re batla ba dule mo ke batho ba tlhokwa for rena ke batho ba ba arabang di questions tsa rena ba lena di chief director le signa fela. Next time, HOD, I will be very happy if you can bring those regional directors. We also need them. They take serious decisions, those ones. And they put me on the media all the time. I have to defend. Thank you. I think we can carry on.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. The question is around the steps or measures that we are going to take to ensure that the outreach figures are actually matched by tangible development outcomes for beneficiaries. Since it's holistic to all programs, Chairperson, I'm going to request you to give me permission to request Acting DDG and CDM Kondo to respond to this one.
Thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, MEC, and everyone. The response to the question is that radio and digital campaigns are used to promote the services provided by the department and to raise awareness in communities about social ills and how to access social support services. All beneficiaries who approach the department for assistance are supported through various social and community development interventions. So this is the mode of intervention that we are using as a level of prevention and awareness, just to make communities aware, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, what is your take on the answer? Okay, should I take it? You want to come in? Okay. Okay. CD, or you want to come, Connors?
Thanks, Chair. Mine is still, I'm still left by this, at the research, the way in social department communicate with the community. I'm not sure of what they are reaching exactly all the community. Because some of the community don't know anything about the process, everything that we are doing. And then some of them, they always, but last, I think the Chairperson emphasized that we must provide the training, even those who are trying to start, then they can understand what is needed. But it seems that it's nothing happened. Maybe we all have those people that they already have information, the one that you are keeping on helping them. But those who are trying, but also not reaching every community. And then I think we must try to reach. Last I proposed, I don't know how far, saying that if we can have what do we call these people? Those who are working in the community, I forgot the names. You are the one that can maybe get those people in the community, especially in the squatter camps. Squatter camp and hostels, a lot of people that are disabled, all those things. I don't see those people here. And then please, can we try next time to reach everyone in the community? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mkonazi. Chief Director, or Acting DDG, I want us to go through this question. It says, what steps will the department take to ensure high outreach? What steps? In this answer, there are no steps. Or am I lying? You took this answer, sent it to they came to you. You can see that this chief director or this director is not answering. What steps? What steps? It means step number 1, this is what we do. Step number 2, this is what we do. Step number 3, this. Remember, we are politicians. We are asked these questions. You tell me about what radio and campaign use. I know. Don't tell me. I want to know what steps does the department take to ensure that high outreach is there. We even give you an example. What steps under radio? I want to hear the department saying, we've got partnership with Radio Tembisa, Radio Soweto, we've got a digital, we have a Facebook as a Department of Social Development. So the guy who's running this, who's answering this, can't even protect himself that he's earning this salary. There is a social media, there is a social page called Social Development Web, but they don't answer me this way. So, can we agree that this person didn't answer? All beneficiaries who approach, I don't want to know, or I want to know what steps you are doing. And then what tangible outcome from you interacting with different radio stations, from you interacting with TV productions. Here are the outcome. That's the answer I want. So, and it's like, with the 6th administration, they ask us these questions, we answer them this way, and it was gone. It's not going to happen with the 7th administration when I'm the chairperson. If I ask questions, I need answers. Because we've got voters that put us here who are saying we are idiots. We don't read. This is a straightforward question of what step that the officials that I believe are highly qualified more than me, but cannot answer what. And I've got a chief director who will read confidently this answer that says nothing. I can't take this. So we are returning this question back. We need the answers on these questions. There is 5.8 billion that was used, and we want to know how it was used. I think HOD is all right. Do you agree, Chief Director, that this was not answered? You can see yourself. It just passed you. Maybe because there are many, but next time, when they bring these questions, then they come from CHEP or from the portfolio committee, they must know that that man reads them. And I know the strategy was simple. You deliver the questions 24 hours before the portfolio committee sit, and then you let it pass. That's why last week I said, I'm not going to entertain them. I thought by saying I'm not entertaining them, I'm sending a message that I'm going to read. Maybe you will re-look at them and say, that man is going to catch us. But you said no, it's the portfolio committee it will pass. So I need answers on this one. I will need the answers. You know who's the director. The director who wrote this funny answer must go and rewrite it. I need answers. Or the portfolio committee need answers. My apologies, honorable members. HOD, I think we can go to macro. Who's responsible for macro?
Chairperson, on matters of preventing irregular expenditure and SCM compliance, I'm going to request the CFO to reply to that.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I think, again, Chair, the irregular expenditure that was incurred in the 24-25 financial year relates to a deviation that was done in 23-24 financial year, right at the end of the financial year. So we then, that was expenditure that we then incurred in 24-25 financial year. But I think, as HOD has also indicated, since then we've applied a very strict policy of no deviations. So currently that 214 million irregular expenditure is under determination testing. So through that determination testing process as well, it will then determine who should be held responsible and who should be held liable and what action should be taken against them. Because that's also part of our process to potentially condone this expenditure, is to first ensure that we've done the determination testing and ensure that we establish what went wrong, what corrective measures has been put in place around this irregular expenditure. But subsequent to that, we've not deviated. We've not incurred any additional irregular expenditure with regards to of this nature. Okay, so that is how we've strengthened the procurement processes and ensuring that we don't have any irregular expenditure. And then I think I'm covering this a subsequent question later on with regards to, I think, also the consequence management as well as the process around the 214, as I've then outlined, of going through the determination process. I think there's 2 out of the 3 that has already been signed and sent to HOD's office. There's one matter that is currently, we're just finalizing out of the 3 that made up to 214 million. So it's not something that we're just saying it's ongoing. It's already concluded 2 out of the 3. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, with your permission, if I could just add. Thank you, Chairperson. So, yes, so I just want to contextualize the response of the CFO, that most of the irregular expenditure that you see there, Chair, is historical. In fact, most of the irregular expenditure in the department is historical. We have reduced irregular expenditure drastically in the recent past. And the CFO is correct to say that we've now implemented a strictly no deviation policy in the department. We are not signing any emergency procurement, which was the norm, Chairperson, when in the recent past in the department. So, Chairperson, we try by all means to ensure that there is no deviation. But what will also assist that, Chairperson, is the fact that we now have contracts or long-term contracts or tenders for the key programs such as your food relief, your school uniform, as well as your dignity packs, where most of this irregular expenditure would have come from. So we do not anticipate that we will also incur that much. We have a little, but we are doing in-year monitoring to make sure that where we pick up irregular expenditure, we follow the proper process that should be done. Where irregular expenditure is picked up, we report to Treasury, we do consequence management, Chairperson, but most of this irregular expenditure that is reflected here is historical. But that doesn't mean that we will ignore it, Chairperson. We are, as CFO indicated, doing a determination of who is to account for that irregular expenditure. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, HOD. I think I'm going to allow you just go through them, all of them until the last one, as we will be coming, so they can answer. And
Okay,
that.
thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
On the
I'm giving you green light to do that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On the allocation and actual expenditure to align with district level needs, particularly peri-urban and informal settlements, the Gauteng provincial government as a whole has a policy that says that our procurement should be biased towards the previously underserviced areas or previously under-serviced individuals. So we have a TISH policy which focuses on procurement in townships, informal settlements, and hostels. In fact, Chairperson, when the Office of the Premier issued the performance of departments with regards to TISH, the Department of Social Development is one of the departments that are performing well in this area. And I think what also assists us in this, Chairperson, there are commodities that we set aside for those designated groups. For example, if you look at areas like your school shoes, school uniform rather, we set aside such commodities for cooperatives, and that then helps us to meet our numbers in terms of focusing and prioritizing TISH areas. If we go to the next question, Chairperson, the next question says that how do we intend to reconcile the high financial performance with uneven service delivery and ensure that spending relates or translates into measurable social impact. Chairperson, I can assure you this is a matter that we are seized with. In fact, we've just come out of our quarterly review where this exact question of making sure that expenditure is aligned to the actual services that we provide, Chairperson. We have literally weekly meetings where I drill down the issue of performance and meeting targets and understanding the delivery chain. So what we do as management, we have performance tracking meetings on alternative Mondays. So the one Monday, for example, we could be tracking the 3 programs under sustainable livelihoods, which is your dignity packs, school uniform, as well as the I can't remember the third one now. Dignity food relief, and we alternate that with tracking performance and expenditure in the NPI budget with the NPOs. What we've also said we will do, Chairperson, is that we're going to undertake a business process re-engineering exercise, because we realize that, as Chairperson was saying, that there's a lot of decision making that is sitting at the level of corridors. But when, and some of these decisions are made by people who are not sighted of the impact of such decisions on the actual delivery chain. So that's something that we are looking at very closely, Chairperson, but I am closely monitoring, we are closely monitoring the issue of ensuring that the performance target are aligned to the expenditure, Chairperson, and where we find that there are gaps, we then put in place mitigating factors to say, how do we mitigate the shortages or the underperformance in the areas that we would have identified, Chairperson. So we are seized with this on a weekly basis. We've reduced it to that level. Chairperson, in terms of steps being taken to strengthen alignment and contribution to the NDP 2030 priorities, including outcome 13 on inclusive social protection and poverty, Chairperson, I'm going to request Acting DDG to respond to that one.
Thank you, HOD. The province noted that there is increasing levels of poverty and inequality, which are partly due to population growth resulting in a high demand for social services. And to address this, the steps that the department took has developed the Gauteng City Region Urban Poverty and equality elimination strategy. This strategy aims to enhance the participation of previously excluded sectors of society in the mainstream economy, promote absorption into labor market for decent jobs, increase employment opportunities, and to reduce barriers to employment. Chair, because this is a GCR strategy, there are pillars in the strategy that reflects the role of different government departments, because eliminating poverty is not only social development's responsibility. So each government department, there the role has been cut out. Additionally, there are targeted interventions that are in place to reduce child poverty. So here the focus is on how we intend to reduce poverty amongst children. And this includes the provision of free school uniforms, dignity packs for children in need, and also food support for orphaned and vulnerable, children. And the department also provides social assistance in the form of grants to children who meet eligibility criteria. This social assistance is in the form of foster care, for children who do not have parents. They are placed in alternative care. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are going to go to the question regarding the institutionalization of inter-program coordination and partnerships. Chairperson, indeed, we are cognizant of the fact that we deal with social ills, and when you respond to social ills, you can't be one-dimensional. And there are several of our programs that have made us realize that indeed we need intersectoral and interdepartmental coordination on those programs. We have put in place governance and fora to make sure that there is coordination around some of these specific programs. I'm going to make an example about the substance abuse, Chairperson. We've realized that our intervention as the Department of Social Development is mostly around creating awareness as well as harm reduction in terms of the treatment. But we know that, Chairperson, we definitely need law enforcement in order to deal with distribution of or the availability of these substances. So we have a work stream that meets on a weekly basis that comprises of departments such as the Department of Health, the Department of Social Development, the Department of Education, the Department of Sport, and all these departments then answer to the 3 key pillars of the strategy on substance abuse, Chairperson. We take a similar approach when we deal with homelessness, where we sit, because we know that homelessness is also a function of urban management. So in that homelessness work stream, we have municipalities, we have various departments. Such departments include the Department of Human Settlements, they include the Department of Sport and many other departments that are relevant. COCTA, for example, also sits there to help us with coordination in terms of municipalities. We work together on ensuring that there's residential facilities that are availed to increase the availability of shelters. So, Chairperson, I think what I'm trying to explain is that we definitely are cognizant of the fact that the inter-coordination and partnerships in terms of dealing with some of the services that we render is important, Chairperson. So we have that fora. Chairperson, in terms of addressing the 214 million in irregular expenditure and ensuring that future compliance with PFMA and regulations is in place, I can assure you, Chairperson, this is something that I am constantly in conversation with the CFO and his supply chain colleagues to ensure that we prevent this irregular. But in terms of addressing, in particular, the 214 million, there are processes in place. Firstly, the determination processes, but also, Chairperson, to indicate that some of the cases around this historical expenditure, we are working with the forensic colleagues in the Office of the Premier. So, Chairperson, there is some work that we are doing to ensure that there is accountability and determination of next steps to take on this particular issue. Chairperson, on measures to strengthen consequence management and accountability in the office. Indeed, this is one of the issues that was identified in the Auditor General's report, the issue of consequence management. And Chairperson, we are trying to be systematic about this. We've said that over and above the performance meetings that we have here, to deal now specifically with outstanding cases, we are looking into getting the services of someone who will just evaluate all the cases historically and current, to evaluate all of them and assist us with measures to put in consequence management, including progressive consequence management on some of the cases, Chairperson. So that is something that we assist with, and we would like the Chairperson to just give us a chance to sort out the processes of having that process in place, and then we'll come and give a report on consequence management, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We take it from macro until the last questions. Any inputs there? Honorable Mkonaze? You covered. Okay. Okay. So, Honorable MEC. Let's start with, thank you for clarifying on the macro one. I'm now on the first one. How does the department plan to prevent the recurrence of irregular expenditure? I think you spoke that majority of them were historical. So if it were historical, already you know the formula. What causes that? And I understand that you said now the tenders are out. But I want you to give me just three of those culprits. What were they? The one that has led you to be hovering around 240 million. You also state that you have stopped this emergency procurement, which is good. And I will remind you that today we are dealing with the 2024-2025. We have met for quarter one. And if you remember at quarter one, you were at around 25% expenditure. We are now going to meet for quarter two. I believe that when we meet at quarter two, the committee will see lots of improvement. And then you will be able to clarify that you have run away from this. Hence, I'm asking that you should give me that. The next one on how will the department ensure budget allocation. We say, I think I can leave you only next time if you can just give me practical areas that in township under the following program 1, this is how you have managed to be hovering at around 40% to be in line with this procurement spending that you are telling me about. Then the third question was, how does the department intend to reconcile high performance, high financial performance? What do I mean? How will the department say we received 5.8 billion and then we have spent, you have returned about 102 million, isn't it? So it means you have spent around 5.68 million. But then the question is, there is an uneven service delivery, ensuring that the spending translates into measurable social impact. Now the answer is something else, you can see. So all that I'm asking is, how can we spend so much money, but when we go on the ground, we don't see that money? So go and look at it and see that if we return this kind of questions, look at it, CFO, before you sign it out, because I'm gonna check at those how. I'm gonna leave the number 5, but I want you to understand, where does this question come from? Remember, these questions don't just come. We study the annual performance report, the entire annual performance report, and we go through it program by program, and then we come with. Hence, there is a question that says, how will the department institutionalize inter-program coordination and partnership? Let me tell you why we ask you this question. We went to Father Mkhatswa in Soshanguve. We found that in that institutions, there is a school. Children are studying. That's why we want to understand how you work. But there was a painful story that the HOI shared with us. It says, if it happened that this juvenile boy get hurt, for them to take this juvenile boy to hospital, because he's been arrested in, I want to give you an example of a furthest place, in CDB, at the police station in Vanderbijlpark. The child is sick. Now, part of why we are asking this question is that they cannot remove this child to hospital until a police officer in Vanderbijlpark come and signed for that child. At some point, they hurt each other so bad. And you call the Vanderbijlpark officer and say, no, I'm sick or I'm not at work. Now, that is why when you answer this question, I can see you based your answer on substance abuse, and you didn't touch on how you are going to be working on this interrelationship. So that is why we ask this question. So look at it and then see how it's gonna work. The same, they've got teachers there. They want to treat that school in a juvenile, or an example, a school in Walter Sisulu here in Soweto. Same question, same problem. The teachers are treated like they are in the normal school. So have you ever met with the HOD of education to iron up that? So that was the gist of these questions. That's why we were asking you these questions. And I think we will leave it there on this one, because there is Q2 that is coming. You'll see I'm gonna be soft, because there is Q2 that is coming. And we will ask questions, and we will really, HOD, be very happy if your chief directors and your directors can understand that when we ask these questions, we need to come up with a report such that we will go back to our individual parties that have different manifestos to say we are delivering on this, we're delivering, because at the end of the day, we are now government. It doesn't matter who won, we are government. We want our people to see that what they have said they will do in our manifesto, we are delivering it. And the social department is very close to the heart of the vulnerable and everyone. So I don't want to go to the MEC, to the radios and present something that will put me in trouble. Those people are clever. They ask you questions and they've packed somebody from an NPO who has all the answers, who has studied the annual report. So let's go to, you will see yesterday you were on radio, ne? Somebody was accusing you that of the 102 million that you spent to return back, 90% was for NPO. You know that person. That's why that I was not happy with your answer on radio and digital, because you guys don't follow even the radio. You've been hammered there on the radio. People influence not to do things. So we are now going to program 4, isn't it? Let's do the HOD program 4. We are moving nicely. I'm happy. It's 6.4. Let's answer all those questions under program 4, and then we'll come back. You see, CFO, I left you, no? I don't want them now, those 3 ones. Go and check them for me.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next questions have to do with the NPO, improvement of NPO compliance and performance to reduce chronic underspending in victim empowerment. We do have our director who is responsible for VEP in this meeting, Ms. Pearl Mwabelo. I am going to...
HOD, are we on the right question? Restorative services.
6.4.
6.4, yes.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
Chairperson, apologies. The skills development. Okay, skills development and reintegration programs for substance abuse clients to be strengthened. Chairperson, indeed, we do have our director who's responsible for skills development here, Ms. Mbali Ndlovu. I am going to request her to respond to the question on how will skills development and reintegration programs for substance abuse clients be strengthened. I think you should work together on responding to that, Ms. Kumo Homieswana as well as Ms. Mbali Ndlovu. They are over there, Chairperson. One is responsible for skills, Mbali, and Kumo is responsible for substance abuse.
So they are the one who answered here, ne?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, MECs. I think just to respond to the question, in terms of our plans to ensure that we strengthen skills development for substance abuse clients, we have incorporated skills development programs, skills training program into the inpatient treatment facilities. Most of our treatment centers that have capacity to provide skills training are currently, as part of the treatment program, once they have been detoxed and they have stabilized, also do skills development training for those service users. And the training program continues even after they have been discharged as part of their aftercare program. We are currently working on expanding on halfway houses, and the halfway houses that we'll be partnering with will also be providing skills training program for the service users. But we are also looking at technical skills, not just your life skills and computer skills, but providing them skills that would enable them to be able to start their own small businesses and be able to fend for themselves, and also enable them to be able to get employment easily. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Ms. Ndlovu.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. If I can just add on what has been reported already by my colleague, what is also important is that the skills that are being rendered, we need to really check whether those skills are skills that are going to enable our beneficiaries that are coming out of our substance abuse programs into the economy. So the skills programs that we render are skills that we have done our own research in the communities where they are being rendered, so that we identify their relevance in terms of the economy and whether or not young people will be able, with that skill, to be enabled with the skills to be able to generate either income for themselves or be able to be placed into a job. So the skills programs, indeed, one of the ways of us strengthening is also in the partnerships that we are bringing on board with the role players within the skills development space, so that they also assist us to reach and ensure that more young people get trained. So within the department, we might have skills programs that we are rendering, but we might not be having the capacity and the resources, and we are able to bring in additional people. So the strengthening is us looking at stakeholders and partners who are also within the skills development space, so that they are able to support and assist us. Just in the recent weeks, we had engagements with the Department of Higher Education, we had engagements with the CETAs, including, by the way, the organization Iharambe that is also within that space, so that we are able to always look for ways of how to expand just beyond, not just focus on the department, but expand beyond the department on the skills development space. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. As we continue, we now are talking about what monitoring systems are in place to track outcomes beyond prevention, particularly for vulnerable youth and the LGBTQIA plus beneficiaries.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson, MECs, and everyone. In response to the monitorings that we have within the department, firstly, we need to outline in terms of the prevention and awareness, its aim. We aim to inform and educate the communities in relations to the LGBTIAQ+ about the services that are provided within the department. Over and above that, the department has since developed a guideline that seeks to then address the professionals within the department in terms of how do we then deal with this community whenever they are admitted within our institutions. Now, when you look in terms of the steps, the systematics monitoring system that we do have within the department, for those cases that will be dealt with by the NPOs that we are funding, there will be a case manager that will attend to the reported case. This is at the level beyond the prevention. And the case manager will then go through the interventions that is required upon assessment with the beneficiaries that need assistance. In terms of the additional support that will then be required, the MNE official will then be monitoring that NPO through the systems that we have within the department. And if a case is then reported through our intake within the department, the case will be reported in intake, it will be allocated to a social worker. The social worker will then do an assessment. Then after the assessment, obviously, a plan of action in terms of the intervention that will be required. It will then be identified, be it a holistic, not only to the individual who came to the department requesting that intervention. So it is at the level of the assessment that we are then able to then ensure. Obviously, the social workers are allocated supervisors who are then able to then monitor in terms of the interventions that will then be provided through the case audit that are then being done on a regular basis by the social workers and the managers at the corridor level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. The next one is regarding plans to address infrastructure gaps, such as lack of CCTVs in secure care facilities and non-compliance with municipal bylaws. CD Ndweni is going to respond on behalf of the branch.
Good afternoon, Chair, MEC, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, nomphakathi wonke uphelele. In terms of the safety issues within our infrastructure, Chair, CCTV within the secure care, one being the Social Nguve Secure Care and the other one being Walter Sisulu, that the plans are underway to enhance security measures in line with the security dynamics, given the high-risk category of these facilities and the kind of clientele that we have in these particular services. These are child mostly in conflict with the law. Tender processes, Chair, were initiated and the implementation process is unfolding through the supply chain management, and this will then be fast-tracked so that we could get these handy. Insofar as how we intend addressing the municipal compliance and infrastructure alignment with another state level of the state, which is local government. The department has since initiated a comprehensive process, Chair, to ensure that all departmental facilities comply with applicable municipal bylaws and regulatory requirements. This initiative forms part of the department's broader commitment to improving the safety standard, enhancing service delivery, and maintaining infrastructure integrity across all facilities. Chair, the implementation process experienced initial delays due to land ownership complexities in the north, particularly involving Mawiga, wherein land parcels that are fall under custodianship of the National Department of Public Works were affected. To resolve these challenges and expedite compliance, the Department of Infrastructure Development was mandated to appoint a qualified service provider chair to support process of preparing and submitting required documents to the relevant municipalities. We want to update progress to date as follows: that the comprehensive emergency and evacuation plans have been developed and submitted for review and approval by the respective municipalities chair. Production insofar as production and submission of as-built drawings. These drawings have been produced for all applicable facilities and formally submitted to municipalities as part of the compliance document package. Noting, Chair, that these are handled at the local government by different town planning department. Insofar as the processes that are currently underway, Chair, in terms of the addressing town planning requirements, this includes the processing of subdivision, rezoning, consolidation, and deeds registration application to regularize land ownership and usage in accordance with municipal and planning regulation. We apologize, Chair, this sounds a bit too technical, but these are like your town planning requirements that must definitely be adhered to ensure safety of our clients and our employees. In terms of the action that is still outstanding, which we are seized with, in terms of the approval of the as-built drawing, the department is awaiting municipal review and approval of the submitted as-built documentation, approval of the emergency plan. These have been submitted under the consideration of the municipality. Chair, the department will continue to work close with municipalities to secure necessary compliance certificate to address any outstanding non-conformities. Further, the department is collaborating with the Intergovernmental Relation Unit to ensure that all land ownership and compliance issues are effectively escalated, coordinated, and resolved across relevant spheres of government. This coordinated effort will ultimately enable the department to ensure that all facilities operate within the required legal and safety framework, thereby supporting improved service delivery and safeguarding beneficiaries and staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to interventions being implemented to strengthen partnerships with the Department of Community Safety in accompanying or transportation of juveniles to court and healthcare facilities.
Thank you, HOD. These are the children that are in conflict with the law in our secure care centers. So after noting the gap with transportation of these children, the department is implementing the National Policy Framework on Child Justice, which outlines the roles and responsibility of all child justice stakeholders. So the department is also participating in the provincial integrated child justice forum, where the issue of transporting children awaiting trial is discussed. This provincial, child justice forum is led by the Department of Justice, and we are co-chairing, and several stakeholders, including South African Police Services, are sitting. And the matter of transportation of children, as the chairperson already said, it's always on the agenda and it's being discussed there, because our secure care centers are indeed experiencing a serious, a problem when there is a challenge with a child within these facilities. The department has also developed a memorandum of understanding, to be signed with the South African Police Services, and this one is currently awaiting a directive from the
national SAPS. So as a province, because we've got serious challenges, Chair, we have then developed that MOU so that we can streamline processes for transportation of children. Because SAPS is a national department, you know, we're still waiting for their national, the national office to give them a go-ahead.
Thank you. If we can then go to Chief Director CBC on the improvement.
She's not done.
Oh, sorry, Chairperson.
My cursor just moved fast. Sorry. The last one is, whilst we are awaiting the directive, there is a verbal agreement between the department and SAPS for secure care facilities to be assisted by the nearest police stations in transporting children awaiting trial. So instead of waiting for a police station in Sidibeng, you know, for a child who's in Soshanguve, Chair, there are internal arrangements that have been made with the nearest, you know, a police station. But we are hoping that the national directive from the national department, from SAPS, you know, will be resolved soon so that this issue can be resolved. It has been going on for quite some time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next question I'm going to give to the Chief Director responsible for NPO financing. Chief Director CBC, if you could respond on the issues of improving compliance.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Committee members, MEC and HOD and colleagues and the stakeholders. Just to link the issue of the NPO compliance VEP and overall capacity building in terms of the NPO, we have an institutional unit under partnership which deals with capacity building. That unit links with National Department of Social Development and all the other stakeholders that are doing funding, including Treasury. So on the basis of the gaps that would have been identified in the various corridors and programs, one then able to ensure that we roll out training. If it's about governance, we roll out governance, which obviously is in line with the compliance in terms of the NPO Act. If it's about financing, we link with Treasury, but also colleagues in the Office of the CFO to roll out the training on financial compliance. And we're also training the expenditure, Honorable Chairperson, on a weekly basis. We have what we call NPI expenditure meeting, which is able to report to the HOD and MEC on a weekly, bi-weekly and monthly basis. So there is significant improvements there. And we're also able to bring other partners that are interested in funding the NPOs. And then in terms of the strengthening of contract performance management, we have also been rolling roadshows as being championed by the acting DDG in all the corridors, where we have said that beyond the SLA, we also want the NPOs to include in their performance contract the issue of the performance targets, so that when we say we are contracted, for an example, to Sanka Soweto, we are then able to say in line with the APP, what are your targets, what are your contribution, and then we're able to track that and then also link to the corridor and specific officials in the corridors. In terms of enhanced monitoring, evaluation and reporting mechanism, I must just also indicate, Honorable Chairperson, MEC, that we are also reporting on this matter in the Risk Management Committee. And their report have indicated that for both program and M&E, which looks at finances, there has been improvement because when we look to compared to the other previous years, our monitoring ranges between 80 to 100%. So we are doing well in terms of monitoring and on-site visit, as well as then capacity building to the NPOs. The streamlining of funding and reporting processes. Also, we have picked up some gaps in terms of how the NPOs have been reporting based on the program monitoring as well as M&E reporting. That's why even tomorrow there is a session which will be looking at the review of the processes in terms of the NPO funding, but as well as the compliance issues. Thanks, HOD.
Thank you, Chairperson. Those are our responses to 6.4.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members. We under program 4, The department has answered us. I think we can now move with them on the answers that they gave us. Honorable Smatla, welcome. I think you can come and take your seat. Thank you for respecting the presenters as they were answering the questions. We are on restorative services. As you are moving in here, they were sharing answers with us from the restorative services program. So maybe let me start with Honorable Mkhwe. Any take? Okay. Honorable Mkwanazi, any take? You're also covered. You're going to make me a very unpopular chair. We can move together. Question 1. We are asking you, how will skills development and reintegration program, these 2 programs, especially for substance abuse clients, how will you strengthen them? The reason we ask you is because we've been to some of these NPOs. We've done oversight there. We've done oversight on the institutions that are owned by you. Then your answer doesn't give me how you are doing that. Surprisingly, you add more information because you can see that it means the chair has read this. You realize that there were some information that you were supposed to add. You are adding them verbally. But I don't know if you are hiding information from us or what, because you must stick to your answer. Why hide information? Why bring them out now when I ask? And when you realize that I want you to read your answer. We're going to meet on Q2. And this kind of question will come again. You don't tell us who are these partners. Now, you speak of CEDA, you speak different department and all that, but you didn't put in because you thought it was going to be your chief director who will answer. When now you have done your work, you've answered. I see in your answer you also snip in capacitating of social workers, which clearly you didn't understand why we asked this question. We are interested in capacitating. Share with me the information on how are you going to capacitate this NPO that you have funded. You've got money, you've got a budget that is specifically for capacitating this NPO. We want to know how you're going to use it, and we want clarity on that. Now, the social worker is that will be my question. The social worker. Because the social workers give how. Now you are also training them. So clearly, HOD, there is money that is moving around. That when you ask, they go like this. But we will meet at second quarter. We will follow it out. But I want you to tell me, why are you not including, why are you answering the answers so briefly, such that when you have to answer us, you can see, together with your partner, that you know your story. You've given us enough information that we wish it was here, that it was captured and filed by the department and by the committee. Now, we are now on to, you will come later. We are now on to, we want to know the monitoring systems that are in place to track this outcome beyond. Is consultative session part of your monitoring system? Do you call it a monitor consultation? Because that's the answer you gave us. Can you give us those monitoring systems that you have, such that when we are asked, we are able to say, The Department of Social Development has the following monitoring system: A, B, C, D, and they will have their different activities. So the following two questions that I've just touched, I'm sorry, HOD, I will have to return them back to you. We need answers on that. Now, on this one of number 3, Chief Director, we ask you about this CCTV. You will recall we asked you this question. We were in CDB, and your answer was straightforward to us, that the tender is out, that in June it will be finalized. That is before the new HOD arrive. And we're happy to hear that. I believe that when we meet in Q2 for the financial year 2025-2026, you will be telling us that at least there is one camera working at Walter Sisulu. At least there is 2 cameras working at Soshanguve Juvenile. We will hear that, because the tender is out. All that you need to do is to at least, you see, I'm flowing with you. When every time I meet with you as the department, I can recall what you told us. That is why it's very important when you answer, the answer must be fully, because we are able to follow what did you say last time, what you are saying, and also anticipate what you are going to say. Okay, Chief Director. The question, HOD, the one that says, how does the department, no, I think I'm still, it's fine. Let's pass it. You are giving me a process currently underway and all that. Remember, it's about the money of 2025-2026. This outstanding actions, in fact, what I was saying is, it's very good to hear all that, what you are telling us, but sometimes it will be very clear that in Gauteng, when Chairperson was speaking of outstanding action about approval of build drawings, we're speaking about these buildings in Ekurhuleni on this one, and this building in, in Tshwane. I've been to a very beautiful building that is owned by you, MEC. Beautiful building in the village. Very nice one, and there was a councillor there. The councillor saw a nice building and decided that I want an office in this building. And they were giving her trouble. That's because of the good work that we have done. They were looking her out and said, no, it's not yours, councillor. So such buildings, we really want to know how far, and I understand you have done a kind of a handover. It was complete. It's beautiful, I must tell you, MEC. I will also demand that. Even the beggar style one, you can see we didn't ask about the beggar style. We are coming for them on the next quarter. We want to see if those gym in beggar style, the bogogos are now gymming in the early one where there is a crutch. So you see, we do oversight. We always flow with you. The other question is on what intervention have been implemented to strengthen partnership with the Department of Community Safety. I can see that you are being harassed by the Department of Justice. You have been harassed by the Department of Police. You said there is a memorandum of understanding. When you further continue with your presentation here, it's not even signed. But you said, you conclude by saying there is a verbal an agreement. Whose mouth were there? Is your mouth as the chief director with another chief director of police, or is the mouth of the HOI with the police station commander? Whose mouth verbal? Or is the MEC to MEC, or is the HOD to HOD? We want to understand that verbal. I've seen your victim empowerment programs. And I went further because I didn't like the condition of how they look. I go to the police station, and you go to Cullinan, you look at the victim empowerment. It's a shack with a mpoponyana. And you can see that a child that has been abused, if the child come in this building you call VEP, she will be even more traumatized. Recently, I was at the one at the airport, because every time I'm there, I quickly remember that there must be a police station. Let me see. But I go to the suburban ones, where me and you stay. Yo, it's a hotel. Eh? But when I was told, I think they said they are owned by the Department of Public Works. It's not you, the Department of Social, only provide personnel. So I want to understand, how far are you? How far have you raised this thing of this funny, dilapidated building we call a VEP in township areas that is not so welcoming? How far are you with that? What is their story? So that as the committee, we are aware that this, when they see this thing, people must not attack the MEC or the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. We must be able to redirect their frustration. If, as the chairperson, I was frustrated by that Mkuku, go police station near Kalinen, surely any ordinary citizen is very fed up. So I want to take their frustration to the relevant place. So if you can answer me on that, who's responsible for that? I didn't go deeper, Chief Director, on the number of personnel that you have there. The next question, or when I go there, I would like to know how many social workers are there. Do we have enough social workers? Because your social workers are always crying that they are overwhelmed. And you say section austerity measures, you can't employ, I understand. Now, my last question is on the NPOs. No, not last. You speak of capacitating, capacity building and NPO support. Another money where I want to know. So if you can answer me on this one, Chief Director, how many NPO have you capacitated? And what is your target? Because you keep on answering me in a thesis. Here my answer is simple, that I need. This financial year, I am targeting 100 NPO. I've got 5 corridors. It means I want 20, 20, 20, 20 per corridor. So far, I've only trained 1. Then your performance is 0, you know. So I want that answer, so I can assist you. And then, where you are monitoring, I've realized that in your report, some of the report that you took out, I think, is the risk, the one from risk is here. I hope you have grilled that person on behalf of the committee, where you have reports that are sitting and idling in your office. When it comes to a particular time you have to do, then said, hey, I've got a bomb for this one, bomb. Then such people, you must deal with them, because we cannot be dealing with bombs that are busting every time you are supposed to fund an NPO. Now, I want to know, do you have enough foot soldiers to do the monitoring and evaluation of your NPOs? Honestly, do you have enough? Or, and those people are very powerful, eh? HOD, you gave them so much power, those people. They can sit at home and decide that one is not compliant without even visiting that NPO. You gave them so much power. But I want to know, how many do you have? And whoever is their manager, is he able to test in their work plan the key results areas of their work? It's very clear. You will visit this so many, and then you will give me these results. More than that, HOD, it is those questions that I would like the chief directors to answer me. And then we are nearly there, don't worry. We are left with 2. We are moving. You see, next time it will be quick because the answers will be clear and correct. If there are no answer, you will just say, let's leave it. We don't want to be in trouble. Let's just don't answer. We are not ready to answer on this one. But today we're going to answer each and every one. So, yeah, HOD, I'm take it back to you. Let them answer me on those questions. If they don't have the answers, we've got quarter 2. At least I will be very happy if in quarter 2 I can have such answers. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. We would like to reduce our questions for quarter 2, if we can respond to some now. I am now going to defer back to you, colleagues. In fact,
HOD saved you, no? It's all right, HOD, I will take it. We're dealing with, look, we arrive in April, in May, it's all right. We are still new. But next time, my officials, my learned officials, at least you know what is going. I'm taking it. I'm taking. You see, the problem is the current one, 2025-2020, is my baby. That one you are not gonna survive. Let me tell you now, you are not gonna survive on this one. I can leave you. It is Mbali and the other chairperson, MEC. Here with me and you, I know, and I know MEC is doing very hard to search answers from you. Let's move to children and families. I guess it will be 6.3. Yeah.
thank you, Chairperson. The steps being taken to address the shortfall of homeless shelter access caused by NPO compliance. The direct managers that are responsible for homeless shelters are not here, so I will ask the Chief Director CBC and Director Bob to respond to the issue of improving availability of homeless shelters. Okay, sorry, it's CD Mkondo. Okay.
6 point.
Yeah, if the director is not here, let the chief director come in.
Let me read from your CVs. Mine is
Sipo, can you please give a copy to CDs? Always here. There. 6.3.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Program 6.3, Children and Families, in terms of what steps are being taken to address the shortfall in the homeless shelter access caused by NPO non-compliance or closure. In responding to the question, the department indicates that the NPOs that are funded by the department in the 5 corridors that had additional beds and were compliant were approached to submit business plans which were reviewed by a panel in September 2020.
Just hold on, Tibel, I understand you have to come and join me here as I'm allowing MEC and the CFO to leave for another meeting. If I don't allow them, they will rob you. Leboga Maile will rob you. You won't get your money. So better go there and defend. Yeah, go and defend the money for the department. I think so far, that's why MEC, maybe before you go, the reason I said let's start with the difficult one is I understood that you have to leave. So you can see how your team is answering me. At least with these other ones. Yeah. So MEC, MEC, you are relieved. You can go with your team, go and defend. It's so painful to see that most things can't move because you don't have money. CFO, this time, don't release money in March and tell us it's Lebogang. We are going to deal with you. If there is no money, there is no money. We cannot have a situation where money appear in February. Okay. Cheers, guys. Well, you can come here in front. I gave you a hard copy so you don't tell me the screen is off. You will follow the same procedure. Where the director is here, feel free to allow the director to answer himself or herself, ne? So that you don't take the biting unnecessary.
Thank you very much, Chair. While still on the question on homeless shelter, is that we have indeed noted that there is an underperformance under homeless shelters, and we have taken a process, of requesting business plans from the NPOs that were, either late when it was time for submission of business plans, and those that maybe were not compliant. So we have
Where is that answer? Where are you reading it?
I was just elaborating.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay.
Here are the answers. You must read your answers. That one you will present at 2:15. For now, I want you to you see for yourself what you wrote there.
Okay. The next question is about how is the department monitoring and ensuring quality in foster care and family preservation services? Chairperson, in responding to the question, in terms of the Children's Act 38 of 2005,
I think you are reading the wrong question. We are on 6.3. Children and families.
Yes.
6.3. Question number 1.
I've done 6.3 families steps taken for the shortfall of the homeless shelters. Now we are in the...
No, I didn't hear that. Read it.
Yes. How is the department monitoring the ensuring quality in foster care and family preservation services?
No. We are on number 1. And it's for the sake of recordings there.
Okay. Sorry about that, Chair. I read up the question whilst there and responded. Let me read it again.
No, you read it while people were leaving. That's why we didn't hear you.
What are the steps? What steps are being taken to address the shortfall in homeless shelters, in homeless shelter access caused by NPO non-compliance or closures? The NPOs funded by the department in the 5 corridors that had additional beds were compliant, were approached to submit business plans, which were reviewed by a panel in September 2025 in an effort to address the shortfall. So a motivation for funding is currently in progress, Chair. So this is the process that I was referring to, that, the department is currently concluding, to deal with the areas of underperformance under shelters. In terms of how is the department monitoring and ensuring quality in foster care and family preservation services, in terms of Children's Act 38 of 2005, family reunification remains the primary goal, particularly for children placed in unrelated foster care placements. The social worker, known as the case manager, is required to conduct home visits to assess the child's adjustment to the foster care placement and to address any issues arising from the placement. The number of visits is not prescribed, but should be based on the needs of the foster child and foster parents. In addition, Chair, the case manager should provide opportunities for the training of foster parents and facilitate support groups aimed at empowering and supporting them. This may include behavior modification, training, and life skills support. Simultaneously, reconstruction services must be rendered to the child's parents, family, or caregiver to enable reunification with the family and community of origin. The role of the social worker in providing reconstruction services include: number one, assessments. This is the process where the social worker will be assessing, what is the real problem there. Therapeutic or rehabilitation services. Based on the assessment, the social worker will develop an individualized plan, to deal on the issues that are coming up. Parenting skills, for parents, to equip parents, life skills, issues of marriage counseling, and referral to specialized services in cases where a child might need, to be seen by a psychologist or any other, allied professional. Support, the social workers also provide support, services. These services are delivered by the department's foster care program, social workers, as well as designated child protection organizations. So we've got quite a number of social workers internally, that are providing these services. A progress report on a family reunification and reconstruction services must be completed, every 6 months. So additionally, the Act prescribes that in terms of Section 186 for foster care placement, where the Children's Court places the child in foster care until the age of 18, a social worker is required to monitor the placement at least once a year. How does the department plan to prevent the recurrence of administrative and financial issues in child and youth care centers? In responding to the question, the Department of Social Development oversees 141 NPO-run child and youth care centers, of which 128 are currently funded by the department. So these ones belong to the NPOs. The state of financial and administrative governance varies between registered and funded child and youth care centers. The number is 128. And also registered but unfunded child and youth care centers. So there's about 13 child and youth care centers that are not relying on the department to function. They've got private, donors that are funding them. Through financial and program monitoring, the department assesses the level of risk and formulates a tailored plan with each child and youth care center based on that risk level. However, the department acknowledges the need for strategy-driven plan to prevent recurring challenges in the sector. So the province has the highest number of registered funded child and youth care centers in the country, which presents ongoing challenges in managing and monitoring compliance in terms of administration, finances, and program quality. On the 18th of October, after realizing that we've got this challenge, we have then developed, a moratorium, that was requesting the head of the department to, put a hold on registration of new, funded CYCCs for the remainder of 25-26 financial year. This moratorium will allow the department to take stock and better understand the current child and youth care center landscape in the province. The Children's Act 38 of 2005 prescribes that each province must have a provincial child and youth care strategy. So the department is currently developing this strategy and is going to assist us to deal with most of the challenges that we are having with the child and youth care centers. So the strategy's objectives are as follows: is to conduct extensive consultation with stakeholders, including duly constituted forums, the Gauteng Departments of Education and Health, Home Affairs, and presiding officers from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, These consultations will focus on the appropriate geographical spread, the need for CYCCs across the province, the type and quality of residential care program, and the inclusivity of children with disabilities or chronic illness. So the strategy will cover all children, across the board. They will compile a provincial profile and database of the child and youth care centers, including program specialization, geographical location, which will include the TISH priority areas, available resources, the residential care program, and best practice model. We'll also use the profile to determine the appropriate distribution of child and youth care centers across the province and assess the need for either a reduction or expansion of child and youth care centers in Gauteng. Through the development of this strategy, the department aims to establish a well-informed and responsive plan to address challenges in the sector. The strategy is expected to be finalized by the third quarter of the 26-27 financial year, and the moratorium will then be reviewed every 6 months. So the strategy, Chair, is really going to assist us in addressing the challenges that we are currently having with the CYCCs, and will also look at the spread, in some of the areas where we don't have, these child and youth care centers, and ensure that we do develop programs there. Thank you very much, Chair. That's the end of program 3.
Thank you very much, DDG. Honorable members, the department has taken us through all our questions, and I would like to remind the department that these questions emanate from the annual performance report. We didn't ask this question out of our head. We go through your annual performance report, we go through it, and we see that these are the relevant questions that we need to answer, because if you answer them now for financial year 2024-2025, it will be very easy for us to flow with you on the financial year 2025-2026, financial year 2026-2027, 2027-2028, and our last year, which is 2028-2029. That is why we ask this kind of question. So if you find that the oversight is proper, we link your performance with how much money you have spent, it becomes easier for us. We don't have to be interrogating you the way we are interrogating you. But otherwise, honorable members, do you have any questions? I will start with Honorable Smatla, in addition to what the department have asked, and then followed by Honorable Mkwanazi, and lastly, Honorable Mekwa.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I just got 2 additional questions. 6.31. I've noted that in their answers, they say that a motivation for funding is currently in progress. And my question will be, when is the department expecting to finalize the funding motivation and disperse funding to the selected NPOs? And in terms of the NPOs that have sent business plans, how many additional beds are expected to be created through this intervention? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mkwanazi.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is about the age. Those children that maybe they've already reached 18 years, but it's still
Just assist the department.
3
which
point, it is 6.3.
Roman figure.
Roman figure 2, I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 18 years, 18 years social workers. What, those children that they reach 18 years, but still not having anything, not also maybe don't have a home or maybe work or whatever. What is happening? Because I found that some of the homes that those they have children, they also having a problem from the department, not want them to continue living with those children over 18 years while they still want to keep them because they know that they don't have a way to go. And also a challenge, especially in the home that are dealing with boys. It's not easy to be accessible. I don't know, always they said they are full. And I don't know, does the department visit those home and check out exactly what is happening? Because they always, when there's we find a person that need a shelter, but when you ask those shelters, they always saying they are full. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chokoe.
I think mine is on the registration of the NPOs that deals with, or is it the the funded one? But we are not stopping registration of those that can be funded somewhere else. For example, if I decide to register an NPO and I might secure funding elsewhere, will I still be allowed to do so, or is it restricted? Because if we're going to restrict, then the problem will be what will happen to those children that are roaming the streets. And we know now that we no longer have families nowadays. But I'm sure if there is a problem, maybe the department can also look into how we can support families to go back to, I mean, being African is about uniting the families. I know that maybe I'm putting too much work on the department, but so that we don't have, you know, in my African culture, there is no, the issue of orphanages or were never heard of. But nowadays you find that because of the disintegrated families, children are forced to behave in this particular fashion. But I also know that there are NGOs that at times maybe a child to my brother or sister, when they passes on, they go out and take those children without actually allowing the families to sit around and discuss or decide as to who will be taking care of that child. And maybe that's why at times you'll end up having crowding in those facilities. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, Honorable Chokoe is the chairperson of Okpol, and I serve there. I always make a mistake. I'm chairing you this side. Okay, my questions will flow with Roman figure 1. I think I've been covered by Honorable Smatla. I really wanted to hear. I get very surprised when I asked questions for the financial year 2024, 2025, and then I get an answer that is telling me what is happening now. Like you are telling me that last month in September you did something. But remember, this question emanates from the previous financial year, so please focus when I ask questions. There will be time when I ask you a question where you will have to answer what you have done. But I'm asking you for a period, April 2024, April 2024, and it ends in March 2025. So this question doesn't need answers that you say last month you've done this. On the same question, that is Roman figure 2. This question emanates from the oversight that we have done at OR Tambo, oversight that we have done at Don Motara institution. That is why we are asking this kind of questions. We were at Don Motara, and when we were there, we were shown a young man of over 18 that has arrived at that institution while he was still a baby. Is not being adopted, and you'll see my question is the one that was asked by Honorable Mkwanas. What is the plan of the department. That's why our question is, how is the department monitoring and ensuring quality in foster care? So does the department get worried when a child is around a year, is not adopted? 2 years, 3 until 18. Now it becomes worse. When at the airport they arrest a woman with a child, and that woman was a drug trafficker. Now you've got this child that is taken to Don Motara or is taken to the Walter Sisulu. So that is where our questions come from, because we cannot live like we are still in the era of 1994. You will see in your answer you are telling me of the strategy, which surprised me. I'm now on that question, Roman figure 3. How does the department plan to prevent the recurrence and administrative of financial issues? So, you speak of the strategy guided by the Act. I agree. When have you started this strategy as the department, such that by the financial year 2024-2025, that strategy is not finalized? Okay, it's not there. What is the mechanism that you are using now? Because you don't have a strategy. Is that chief director, you wake up with your director and say, today we are going left. And you go and do your things left, spend the money left. Then the following year you go and decide to go right, then you plan it. So I want to hear from you. What are the available mechanisms that you are using now? Now you speak that you are in that strategy, it gives you power. You see, sometimes when you answer this, don't answer them in such a way that they implicate you, that you are doing nothing. Do you want to tell me, and I'm now on your bulletproof 5, where you are saying, compile a provincial profile and database of the CYCC, including program specialization, geographical location, T-shirt, available resources. Surely you have these things. But if you give me an answer like this, you are saying you are doing nothing. Now my question is, really you don't have that data? These are the consequences of not reading the answers that you are providing. Because I once asked you, you know all your CYCC by heart. You know them, I know. Who's manning them? Who has the HOIs there? You know. But in here, you write like you are still going to compile. So sometimes don't feel bad to take it back to whoever wrote this kind of answers. You say, you are going to embarrass me in front of the chair and in front of the committee. Yeah, I think if you can answer that now, these ones we want them now because you answered them well. If you can answer on those questions, and then we'll move to the last one.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Member.
Where is the director for this? Why are you alone?
The director had to go. She had an emergency, Chair.
You must tell her, hey, you put me in trouble.
Okay. The members of Simatla, with regards to when are we expecting to conclude on this motivation, this is the motivation for this financial year 25-26 to address the service delivery gaps and achievement of the targets. The motivation has been concluded and the process has already been concluded. We're just waiting for the HOD held a budget committee during the course of last week, and the last one, supplementary budget committee, was held last night. So the finance team will be releasing the budgets because now that the HOD has, concluded the process, so soon we will be signing the service level agreements with those who have been approved. In terms of the number of additional beds, because the approval was just done recently, we are consolidating the numbers under homeless, and we will be able to provide the committee with the actual number of beds that we received, when we did the request for the business plans for the period when we're doing the panels in September 2025. So that number can be confirmed after the consolidation, after we have signed the service level agreement, Chair. Children who have reached 18, if a child has reached 18 and is still attending school, the Children's Act says that the department still takes responsibility for that child, so we still provide foster care grant for the child to continue, with school. And for those who are in institutions also, we have initiated a program called Independent Living Program, for children who are in our institutions who don't have anyone. So that program is meant for those children, because other children, it's very difficult. You can't even reintegrate them back into community. They don't have any relative and all that. The only thing, the place that they know is an institution. So we've got that independent living program, and with the independent living program, the idea is that at least if they can find some work, they can be able to fend for themselves. But the department has now, initiated that program. For the CYCCs, for shelters, all the shelters who were previously known as shelters for children, they are now, child and youth care centers, and all the child and youth care centers now have programs. There are social workers who are working in those, facilities, who are responsible to provide, services for children who are in these child and youth care centers, and ensure that, they are also integrated back into communities. Those who can be taken back, to their communities, to their families, and be reunified, the social workers who are in these facilities, will normally do that. In terms of registration of NPOs, Member Mekgwa, the one thing that motivated, or maybe that prompted the department to look at placing the moratorium on the child and youth care centers, is that we are one province that has got the highest. All the other provinces, like the Western Cape, which we're saying they have many child and youth care centers, they've got about 68 or so. So us as Gauteng, we are sitting at 141. And the more, these facilities are there, because in terms of the Act, whether they are funded or not, it's still expected that the department must monitor them to ensure that they continue to comply with legislation and policies. So what we are noting is that there are some CYCCs that are not really compliant, and because of limited capacity in the department, we are not always there to check what they are doing. So the strategy is going to enable us to regroup and ensure that whoever whom we are funding, we will be able to zoom into them and monitor that they are implementing these services in line with the prescripts of the, of the Children's Act. Of course, the issue of reuniting them with the families is key, to our family preservation, program, because whenever a child is removed and placed in alternative care, we don't want to have children in alternative care for the rest of their lives. We want these children to be reunified, with their families. It's just that in some instances, like I said, a child might not have anyone, it's a child who has been abandoned, and the chances of reuniting them, are minimal. But those who are in foster care, in many instances, it's foster care it's a kinship foster care where they are, with their families. It's like the aunt, taking care of the, the sister's child who has maybe passed away, and all that. So we've got quite a number of those. So they are already staying either with the uncle, the aunt, or with the grandmother. Yes, the department is in the process of strengthening. We've got family preservation programs, but they might not be sufficient for us to reach each and every corner and be able to train and capacitate everyone. But there are programs in place that's attempts to strengthen families, because if you've got strong families, many social ills will be prevented. We will not have children that are really ending up in alternative care and all that. Okay, Chair, Honorable Chair, I'm noting the issues around monitoring and where they are emanating from. And yes, we have people who are dedicated, Chair, to monitor these facilities. It can happen that at times we are not, the monitoring, we continue to strengthen it. We've got social workers that are monitoring these facilities, whether registered or not registered. We've got the teams that are called M&E, teams that also monitors the finances of the, of the department. But for those who are responsible for monitoring the program and compliance, to norms and standards, Chair, what I want to say is that we do have, but it's just that they are kind of limited, and we're looking at strengthening that area of, of work. The mechanisms that are in place, Chair, now that we are only starting with the strategy now, we've got the primary act, which is Children's Act, Chair, that we have been implementing. The Children's Act, it's very clear. It has, it has the regulations in terms of how we must deal with these, issues. So that's why we thought, now that the Act is very clear in terms of what you need to do, and it's also saying that we must develop this strategy, we thought as the department, we need to pause and start, with the development of the strategy to strengthen the work that we are doing, Chair. And yes, we are the profile, of all these, facilities, because we are funding them, and before we even register them, we do know where they are and the type of, programs that they are rendering. So we're putting it in the strategy, Chair, so that even if the next person comes, you need to know that in the strategy, this is what you need to continue to do. You must continuously go and check if the profile is still like the way in which it is, if where they are, the programs that they are implementing is in line with, what they say they want, to do. We thought that this should be in the strategy so that at any given time, anyone should be able to refer back, to it, Chair. But the data is there. We've got the data, we've got databases that are constantly being updated, and we know when you are registered and when your registration is lapsing, and all that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Director. I doubt, Chief Director, if you visit these institutions. I will urge you to visit them, please. Go to them. There is trouble there. And it makes me worry when there is trouble and then the director is not here to share with you the frustrations, and she just gave an apology. Let me share with you. Your response, you respond boldly that there is an independent living program. I visited there. They don't exist, that thing. It's not yet functional. I know. I've just allowed the chief director, the CFO, the MEC, and the HOD to go and meet MEC Lebogang to get more funding. These are the kind of questions that when you answer them, they must guide you that now I must push for a program that must be funded, which is called independent living. Put everything that you have to motivate for funding of such. In Walter Sisulu, they are having a problem of foreign children that they are admitting, that they are eating money, tax money. But you don't, because you're answering for the sake of answering, you don't come up with plans on how are we going to mitigate, such that when they do budgeting, they must know that Gauteng Department of Social Development is having a challenge of foreign national children that has to eat, whilst we've got many South African children that are outside that we couldn't adopt. This independent living is something that needs to be funded. You know better, you know how to motivate, you can motivate it much better, and you simply get an extra 5 million because you start small. And then you are able to say, in Walter Sisulu, in Don Motara, there are 2 boys or 3 boys, 3 girls that are living independently. And then there is a program that I will link these ones with this program on program 5 of development and research. So I train these ones to weld, and they will go and make money for themselves. You see how this must synchronize themselves as a social development. If you are running this program, my question will be when we close is that you are a department that has social work. You know, social worker is a by the way course at the university. There is somebody who wanted to be an engineer and then they're meta blind to school, then end up being a social worker. Then let that heart. Then you end up with a social worker who is an ample engineer who's just here for the sake of being here. And then we'll see problem like this thing and they will never even bother. So such things will be moving together. So I'm saying, Chief Director, go and visit that and see that as we are moving with you in Q2, when we meet, I want to see something. We will ask the same question, and then I want to see that you are moving somewhere. Let's move to the last one, which is welfare. I think I made a mistake by allowing MEC to go, but I didn't have a choice because they have to defend for their budget. But I think this is very important for me. We will meet again. It's all right. Now we are on the last one. Who's going to do it?
6.2, the manager for older persons is also not here. She's not feeling well, Chair. She was even wearing a mask this morning when we met, so she had to go home. But the manager responsible for HIV and AIDS program is here. So I'm going to talk to the older persons program, and then the manager, the director responsible for HIV and AIDS will talk to the HIV and AIDS program. Okay. 6.2 in terms of what mechanisms ensure that 99.9% of expenditure reflects actual services delivered to beneficiaries. In responding to the question, the department has introduced, weekly meetings to track and monitor program performance, particularly in areas showing underperformance. Furthermore, monitoring is conducted at funded NPOs to assess and verify the delivery of services in line with the prescribed norms and standards. How does the department plan to address access gaps in peri-urban and informal settlements, noting the recent developments of most NPO-run residential facilities located in townships and near informal settlements? The department responded that the residential facilities are capacitated and monitored to ensure compliance with those located in townships, prioritized for regular training and support. Board of directors and center managers are regularly capacitated on governance, financial management systems, and general compliance with policies and legislation. How is the department ensuring sustainability and compliance among NPOs, particularly those delivering services to older persons and persons with disabilities? In response, compliance in services for persons with disabilities is ensured through quarterly planning and capacity building initiatives for all funded NPOs. These training include training and legislation and policies, as well as governance and compliance support for management boards.
There's 3 questions, Chief Director. You have heard yourself. They are not answered. And you said the director is not here. I think we're not gonna waste time on these 3 questions. Just take them back, we need answers. These ones are not answers at all. You can hear yourself. I mean, what are mechanisms? This response doesn't address mechanism. How does the department plan to address access cap? Look at these lines. The last one, how is the department ensuring sustainability? Look at the response. We are just lectured about compliance here. We know compliance. So call this person in your office, tell her or to take off the mask and answer these questions.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think the program director for HIV/AIDS is
Yeah,
here.
I think
Chair.
I will hear now
Yes.
the HIV one. I just wanted to clear that one, that here somebody just answered us because she feel like I have to answer, but tell her I want the answers here. Okay, let's hear HIV. Before you answer, there is a...
Maybe, Chair, before you
You also want to come in?
Yeah, no, before you know, fortunately for me, I was once the MEC for Health and Social Development. I know the tricks. Even the mask might not be...
Might not work.
Might not work. So you put the mask so that you pretend that you are sick, then... You know, colleagues, remember we're in this together. It's better for you. Mina, I prefer a person who will say, hey, I apologize. I did not do it properly. Rather than nisishaya-shaye. Angithi doctor. Ngisendleleni yokuba doctor. At my old age. Nalaba bayithu bayafunda ngiyabamonitor. And then we read together and we strategize together. So siyangicela bantu bakithi, because we're not doing it for ourselves, but we're doing it for our citizens. But if we don't have the love of our citizens, it's like you're robbing people. As improving before. This department was once in the spotlight. You once worked. I don't know why do you want to regress. I don't know why do you want to come and shaya, please, siyangicela. Sesiyancenga ke manje. And siyacela ningaletha ama responses when you have not read them on yourself. Because the English might not English. It's my 5th language, mara hey. Ngiyazama ngibeka ama dictionary ngibeke ntontoni ngifune nabantu abafunde kakhulu, can we interpret ukuthi into esiyifunayo le? Please, yeah, nimtsheleni naye umask ukuthi noma imask uyifakile but uyabhala ngithi awubhali ngemask, awubhali ngomlomo. We understand the sickness, we can't actually contest ukuthi the person is not well, but sesiyashaya shwaya. Otherwise next time sizonixosha maniza with information engaphelelanga, and it won't be nice, and it's not what we want to do.
Honorable Smatla, you see, I just divided this thing into HIV and old age so that we cover them and then...
No, Chair, I think you have covered them enough. We'll await for the correct answers to the questions, and I think we should also put a time frame in terms of when are we expecting the revised answers from the department. Thank you.
SIPO normally is how many days? 7 days.
7 days, but we're meeting the department on Thursday in the second quarter.
On the They are very lucky because it's virtual. Ne? Why did you make it virtual? Okay. All right. But we need that. So by when we meet on the 20th, let those answers come. I think you noted them.
Oh, okay, no, I just wanted to say that because we have a meeting next week, but other than that, I think even oral or, no, written submission is expected. The rules do allow that.
Okay. Let's move on with HIV.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. With regards to the question on how many beneficiaries received food parcels and daily cooked meals under the HIV and AIDS sub-program in 2024-2025, and how is the impact of these interventions measured? The response will be that a total of 182,867 beneficiaries have received food parcels, and a total of 15,405 beneficiaries have received daily cooked meals. The provision of the food parcels and daily meals forms part of the department's mandate as outlined in the National Strategic Plan for HIV and AIDS and TB and STIs for 2023-2028. According to the plan, the department is primarily responsible for addressing the social, structural, and behavioral drivers of HIV and AIDS. Access to food significantly contributes to treatment adherence, as beneficiaries with HIV rely on regular meals to take their medication consistently. Furthermore, food provision reduces vulnerability to HIV infections. Given the high unemployment rate and poor socio-economic conditions, beneficiaries may be susceptible to HIV infections due to dependencies on individuals who may compromise their well-being. For example, through the intergenerational and transactional sex. Addressing structural barriers is part of the comprehensive intervention strategy aimed at reducing the HIV/AIDS incidence and prevalence. So this will also include the biomedical interventions. Therefore, no single intervention can be identified as having a direct impact on HIV prevention, care, and support. So the overall impact is measured through the ongoing monitoring and evaluation, as well as reports from funded organizations detailing the number of people that are reached through the provision of services. Number 5 is asking, with the removal of the food relief output indicator, what alternative monitoring evaluation mechanisms are put in place to track the effectiveness of HIV/AIDS related social welfare interventions? The response, food remains an integral part of comprehensive services provided within the HIV and AIDS program. Food relief output indicator has not been removed. However, the function of providing food parcels to beneficiaries has been redirected to food distribution centers as part of the department's integrated food security program. The department has invested in human resource capacity to deliver the comprehensive services, which will include, amongst others, the following: the early identification of those that are in need, provision of psychosocial support, care and support, management of support groups, social and behavior change interventions, education and support, HIV/AIDS prevention, care and support, economic strengthening, treatment adherence, succession planning, referrals, and facilitating access to to HIV testing services. So there is a table below that illustrates the funded work opportunities created at HIV/AIDS funded NPOs to deliver these services. So the job categories will include the project managers, the social workers, the social auxiliary workers, child and youth care workers, the administrators, the coordinators for EPWP, the EPWP caregivers, the IG EPWP caregivers, the orphan care coordinators, poverty alleviators, the drivers and the cooks. So the department continues to track the effectiveness of the program implementation through its established monitoring and evaluation tools. The next question is with regard to what proportion of the EPWP and AIDS earmarked funds were actually spent on direct service delivery versus administrative and awareness activities. So the response, the allocation for EPWP integrated grant for financial year 2024-2025 was 14,700,077, and it was for the following. 14 million was for the creation of 470 work opportunities, and provision of the stipends, and then the 5% of that allocation was channeled towards training and skills development of the EPWP participants. Most of the grant allocation was directed towards stipends payments, with participants delivering various direct services that will include household profiling for psychosocial support interventions, provision of care and support, case identification, referrals, aftercare services, prevention and awareness programs. The next question is asking how many teenage pregnancies and new infections, new HIV infections were recorded in communities where the department delivered social and behavior change programs, and what evidence links these programs to observed outcomes. Social and behavior change interventions are
Just there. Do you see that question answering? How many? Look at the answer.
So, Chair, the last sentence there is indicating that data on teenage pregnancies and new HIV infections is recorded and managed by Department of Health.
So you can access it.
So this question, Chair, is assisting us to link with Department of Health to be able to receive that information.
So for all the years, you have never thought of having a data as social development?
Chairperson, we all belong to a structure called GAC, the Gauteng AIDS Council, where all of us present our key deliverables in terms of the strategic plan indicators. So Department of Health always presents on stats for new infections and also for teenage pregnancies.
But remember, when we ask you this question, we want to justify the budget that we provide you. You've just told us about lots of positions. Now we want to see the people that you say you employ and the data. Because if you are saying you work with them, and there was a question where we were asking about the interdepartmental relationship, and you said everything, but we're just asking you a simple data that you can just pull it and give it to the committee. And the committee is in a position to look at the number of positions, the stipends, with the work that you are giving to. So you see some of these questions, if you answer them like this, it really worries me. But we need that. It's just a matter of what we are still seeking. We want to pull it from Department of Health. You tell your colleagues that the portfolio committee that side, they need it. How many questions did you always receive from other portfolios that certain department officials come to you and say, assist me with this? They need it that side. I know you have assisted them, but you couldn't go to your colleagues at the Department of Department of Health. And then you answer. You answer this and you said, no, I've now answered the committee. It will not work. We will see that you didn't answer. And my question is, why are you hiding? And you are going to say, no, I'm not hiding, Chair. But to me, it's like you're hiding information. Let me allow other honorable members. I just wanted to highlight on you that one. This one you're not answering. Honorable Mekwe, maybe let me start with your cover. Honorable Mkonas. Okay, Honorable Smatla.
All right, Chair. I just got just two questions. And the first question will be on at 6.3, number 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4, that speaks to with the removal of the food relief output indicator. I just have one question in terms of what are the mechanisms that you have in place to ensure coordination between the HIV and AIDS food program and the department integrated food security program to ensure that there is no service duplication and there's no service duplication. And then also in terms of EPWPs, I've noted that 5% of the allocation it is meant for training and skills. So my question will be, what types of skills do you offer, and what type of training do you actually give to the participants? And does this kind of training ensure that they are employable? And then also I've got one question that says that, do you have a follow-up mechanism to track whether the participant transitioning to sustainable employment or income generating opportunities after such trainings and skills program? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Smatla. Also, let's go to your table that is answering Roman figure 345. Ne? This is quite a number of positions. This position, can you categorize them for us? Where you have around 224 project managers, where, first of all, are these permanent positions or are contract? And if their contract is, how many years contract? Ne? And then, are these positions within the department and they are based in different institutions? That means you will now divide them. We have 5 corridors. You say these 224, 20 are in corridor in the north, the east, because that is how you should have answered them for me. So we know we can locate them. If you've got names, then you are able, because they assist you to answer that question of food distribution. Because now when we meet, I want to know, since the department has taken this huge decision of now centralizing these food parcels, and you say now all those HIV institutions, NPO, they must go to a central venue. I want to see what is the work of these people. Where are they now, these people? So I want to know if these are contract, and then are they vacant now as we speak, or they've got warm bodies on them, and exactly where they are in Gauteng, these people. I think that will be my question, and then on this one, I think we'll leave it. I will interrogate your EPWP money. We'll go deeper on it, but just clarify us on this one. And the answers of Ms. Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Smatla. With regards to the first question on the collaboration, maybe let me indicate that for the HIV and AIDS program for the current financial year 25-26, we had a budget shortfall of 108 million. So in trying to manage the situation, there was a departmental decision that let us save jobs for people that are working within the NPOs. And then we redirect the food provision to our food banks as a department. So the Directorate HIV and AIDS and the Directorate Sustainable Livelihoods, we have collaborated in ensuring that there are no duplications. So what we do, we receive the lists from the funded HIV AIDS organizations. Obviously, with the limited resources, we will not be able to accommodate everybody that used to benefit from the provision by the NPOs. And then we put up a criteria, because the NPOs did the assessment, and at their own determination, they will then decide who they provide the food parcels to. So in trying to manage the significant number of people who would have been queued to receive food parcels, we then developed a criteria to indicate what will be the criteria for benefiting in terms of the new revised mode of receiving food parcels. Then we prioritized those households that do not have any visible means of support, and ensured that we prioritize those ones. And then we then moved into a second criteria, where we then agreed what would be the allocation per month for each particular NPO. So the issues of duplication, Honorable Member, they have been managed because the NPO submits the list to the social workers do their verification, and then it also goes to Sustainable Livelihoods, where the food banks will also do their own verification before the food provision, the food is distributed. So there's a clear mapped process that has been managed with the sector, and also with Sustainable Livelihoods. Honorable Chair, I do have a spreadsheet that indicates the job allocation per each corridor, and just to indicate that these are contract posts, but NPOs, we fund them every year. So if they meet the funding requirements, then they will be contracted, on an annual basis. So the 224 project managers, these are the people responsible for each NPO at any given point. So
do you now agree that this table's heading was supposed to be what was supposed to be the table below illustrate funded work opportunity created at HIV and AIDS funded NPO. Ne?
Yes.
Funded NPO that are as follow. You name them. NPOA. Then you give me a spreadsheet. NPOP. A spreadsheet until we arrive at that. You see, when you cluster like that, somebody is even thinking they are working for the department. But this is money that you are always on the news, that you are misusing. Whereas here you can go and locate them and even advance an argument that you don't understand why you are reducing the funds. So if you can, now I hear you and I understand you, but at least name those NPOs so that we are able to know that if you don't even fund this NPO, look at the number of jobs that you are going to be destroying. If you reduce the funds, this is the number of people that are depending on this program. But if you answer it broadly like this, you are also putting yourself in trouble. But I think that's all right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just omitted the question on EPWP in terms of the 5% allocation. So this is the integrated grant that we receive from Department of Public Works. And the type of trainings, they vary from firefighting, business administration, community development, and these are accredited training. But because the allocation is not that significant, we are not able to intensify on technical skills. In this regard, we are cooperating with Sustainable Livelihoods, that some of the beneficiaries are channeled into that program so that they then participate in the technical skills and with the hope that they will become employable and be they can sustain, themselves. So in terms of these particular trainings, they are able to be enrolled and get a certificate from the SETA. And if there's an opportunity to further their studies, then will then be accredited. Yeah. So in terms of their functions, Honorable Chair, these are the people that do psychosocial support. They work with the clinics to ensure that people that are on ARVs, they receive food parcels and psychosocial support interventions. And in terms of the vacancies, currently we do not have any vacancies because the department monitors on monthly basis the post filling within the NPO sector. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members.
Thank you very much. We have now come to the end of our session. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Acting HOD, Acting DDG, for responding to the questions. There are those that we have turned back by the 19th, at least by the 18th of November. We will be happy if we could receive them. Mr. Nwala will circulate to the committee members. We will look at them and we will be meeting for that second quarter, which I can tell you now that I'm going to put the questions aside, but I will allow the department to present the second quarterly report. So go through those questions, answer them. They will assist us to plan much better and defend at the House for your budget to be passed, because it is this committee that will pass this budget that you will be presenting, and then will influence the House to pass it. So thank you very much. At least now you understand that we are in the 7th administration. There are the new chairpersons, and then they really want to make sure that the department account, and they don't just want to deal with the HOD, because most of the time you can see the questions are not answered by the HOD. Maybe that's because I was once the chief of staff of Minister Tokotitisa, so I know these things. So I returned many questions back because I was scared of the chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture. I don't remember who was, I think it was Joe Maswangai, who will always chase us away. And then I realized that, no, these officials, they're giving me trouble. I will always walk into their office and say, if you don't want to answer, you will go to the committee in Cape Town with your own money and answer them. So that is why I understand the value of answering correctly and the value of assisting the department to continue to get the budget that they wish. Thank you very much. I wish you well. Travel safely, and we'll meet again on the 20th. Thank you very much.